I've only had a handful of jobs in my whole life. I'm a terrible employee. I get things done faster than I'm supposed to get them done, and that creates boredom, and I can't take much of that boredom. I never could. I always have to be active, which is why I'm still working today, and I'm going to continue work until they put me into the nursing home. And then as I come in and out of coherency, I'll find something else to do while I'm in the nursing home. I'm going to work until I die because I honestly can't imagine retiring and doing nothing. Doing nothing just kills me. I hate sitting around doing nothing. I'm not built like that. And when I see people sitting around trying to get out of work, trying to find ways not to work, I say, why? What are you going to do? I mean, what do you want to get out of? The thing that drives you, the thing that you spend your time doing, the thing you should be enjoying is what you're trying to get out of it. Never did make any sense to me.
Good morning and welcome back, day 2. All right, this morning, first thing we're going to do is give away money to one of you lucky folks that got here on time today, which probably put you in the minority, I might add. Okay, let's give away $100 there, Nick. John?
Okay, let's see who's going to win the $100. Drum roll. And the winner is Melody Balk. Melody Balk, come on down.
Okay, got 10 minutes to call in, Melody. Does she have the phone number? There, John.
Yep, call 800-567-6128. Tell them you won, and they will get your prize to you.
All right. So today, I'm going to put Mr. Adel to work.
On the hot seat.
He's even got the important person's desk today. See, I'm down here in the chair. He's going to spend the next couple hours showing you what Dreams Pro can do for you and why you've got to have it if you're going to be a real estate investor, which includes AI. It's called Dreams Pro AI, and you'll see why. So we try to stay on top of technology. I try to stay on top of all the other stuff, try to keep up with the laws changing and the techniques. Well, the techniques, frankly, don't change much, but we always learn new stuff to add into it. I'm getting trained by me. You got 40 years of that stuff. So today he's going to go over solving some of the problems that you may have sitting right at your desk and not paying a lot of money to have other people solve them for you. And then when that's done, we're going to take a break, and then I'm going to come back and put your system together for you so you can actually make a lot more money with working a lot less time and having everything pretty much done for you along the way, kind of like I do, kind of like all the successful investors that I know have delegated almost everything to other people. All of the successful business owners that I know have done the same thing. All of the most successful realtors that I know have done the same thing. So they can get out of the way and manage their business from a 30,000-foot view and see things they wouldn't see when they're wrapped up in the minutia all day long. So I am always fighting against the minutia. I'm doing everything I can to bring the message to folks that, you don't learn this stuff in normal society. You come out of school, you get a job. Who's going to tell you while you're working on a job to delegate everything and get out of the way? You're only going to learn this stuff once you're in business for the most part. And then you quickly see why you're going to make a lot more money if you don't have to show up for work every single day. So Adel, I'm going to let you get started on this thing. Now, guys, you better get out your cell phones on this one for sure. Please put it on silent, but get it ready to take photos of the screen, unless you can just push the buttons and get the screenshot. Like, when I go to a seminar, it's exactly what I do. I take my phone and put it on silent, and I put something on the screen. I'm not going to sit there and try to write all that stuff. I'm just going to take a picture of it. And when I get home, I'll take what I want and put it wherever I need to put it to take action on it if I'm going to. And I don't have to, sit there and get my head off of what's being said on the stage while I'm sitting here trying to write and take notes. So I might want to suggest you do the same thing today. Your telephone is your note taker system for you. And believe me when I tell you, as he goes through his dreams. He's going on the actual site. So, like one of the first things I think we're going to do is generate mailing lists, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's going to show you the steps to go generate mailing lists. So that's what you'd want to do. Shoot, 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 shoot. And then you can implement it. By the way, our next implementation power days are going to be on December the 12th and 13th right here in Jacksonville. And before this day is over, I'm going to give all of our masters and mentoring students, present or past, killer one-time deal on it. You guys asked me yesterday and I didn't have the answer. I got the answers now, but I'm going to even go you one better because I want to fill up the Jacksonville one quick. Remember, it only holds 20 entities, up to 40 people. And that's because we don't just talk at you. We actually work with you, putting the stuff on your laptop, building your own list on your laptop, and you do the same thing. Now, he's going to go through how this thing generates lists for you and the same steps that you have to take or get your VA to take for you because your VAs are trained on this thing. And that puts you ahead of the game if you intend to come to 12 and 13 of December, where we actually pull your list on your computer, your comps where you live on your houses. And in other words, there's a reason we call it the implementation power days. It's not a seminar, it's a 2-day implementation days. Take what you learn and now get going on it, because we found that this implementation of your systems thing keeps a lot of people from doing anything because they just don't know how to handle it and they won't take the time to study it. And days go by and weeks go by and months go by and nothing's happened just because it is one front end roadblock trying to get systemized. And that's why we created that event, is to get it done for you while you're here. So I just go home and generate leads and master the closing call and start popping deals. Okay, Adel, he has gotten pretty darn good at this thing. And of course, he'll be at the 2-day thing along with our VAs and some of our staff even will be here as well. So why don't you start by telling them what the heck is Dreams Pro AI?
Yeah, we can start there. As Ron has said many times before, he thinks this will be the only tool that you will need going forward. And I would 100% agree with that.
No, I don't either. I just said it. I don't know. If you were listening, and the next sentence was, but you need to add other few things as well.
Okay, well, this could be the main source, the hub for your mail, for your skip tracing, for your CRM, and to generate leads. So
All the above.
it's an all-in-one service
comps.
here and comps. Yeah, just as recent as 5-6 years ago, I had to go to 5 or 6 different websites, one to skip trace, one to find a list, one to do the mail, one to do whatever.
Yeah.
And now we have everything in one at a really cheap price. So this is the opening page here, and we would typically start by just putting in your market here, whether you want to do it by county, city, or zip code, that's up to you. But I'll just start with Jacksonville since that's where we're at here. So when I pull up Jacksonville, Florida, it's going to bring up the map now.
Well, make sure you give them time.
Okay.
Snap photos of where you go in case they need them.
I will slow down.
Hey, I got to tell you something. When I'm working on a car, restoring it, I learned take pictures of the before, and then you don't have to worry about not knowing how to put together the after.
Yeah,
I really do. I take a bunch of pictures of the car, and they help a great deal. Same here. Take pictures of the steps, and then you can start doing this even before you come to our 2-day thing.
Yeah, I like that. Take pictures before. That's a good strategy. So we pulled up Jacksonville here, and you can see here it pulled up 305,000+ properties here in Jacksonville. Obviously, that's a humongous list. And which ones do we target? That's the question, right?
By the way, if you live in Jacksonville, you're wasting your time doing that because we already bought all the houses that we can. They're on the market.
There's no deals here. So
right? No deals.
Go to Orlando or something.
Right. You can't beat us, man. You're slow.
Okay, so when you pull this drop down menu, it's going to give you, depending on what package you could have anywhere from 8 of these factors up to 17. You got the absentee, you got active listings.
One more time.
Okay.
This might even be better if you just video this thing. I'm okay with it. Like I could stop you if I wasn't.
Yeah.
And then you can get the oral as well as the visual.
The visual, yep.
Just like you can go to YouTube and learn how to fix something on a car.
Yeah, or do anything really.
God
That's how I
bless-
learned how to run
God bless
Facebook ads.
YouTube. I couldn't have worked harder without YouTube.
You got the tax delinquent, free and clear. So you have multiple options you can pick from. They got zombie property. And if you don't know what a property
What is zombie?
point means, you go to the question mark here and it'll tell you these properties are in pre-foreclosure process and are also vacant. So vacant pre-foreclosure house.
That's
This
a
is
zombie.
property. Yeah.
Wonder who come up with that name.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that, but you got pre-foreclosure, foreclosures. Just a note here, foreclosures are bank-owned properties. For pre-foreclosures are on this platform or anything.
Wait a minute, say that again. Foreclosures means they've already been foreclosed on.
Correct.
They're
Foreclosed
bank-owned.
and been to the auction and the bank took
Which-
them back afterwards.
Which frankly, I don't think is a very good list to mail to.
Agree.
Because the bank is not going to talk to you. They're going to list these things with realtors and it takes them forever. So make sure you know the difference there. Mailing to foreclosures, I would guess would be a waste of mail.
I would agree, unless you're doing it into short sales or something
Yeah.
like that, but
Now, pre-foreclosures means the seller still owns the property,
correct.
hasn't gone to the steps yet. The bank has no say-so in this thing. If somebody wants to buy the property from the seller.
Yep. So you would just kind of start here. Where would you want to start? Do you want to start with, I typically direct people to do vacant houses. That's typically low hanging fruit, easiest. It's already vacant, probably needs some work, and people might be willing to sell it for a discount, which is what we're looking
Talking about
for.
vacant or vacant out-of-town owners.
Just vacant properties.
But you're going to overlay that with out-of-town
Mhm,
owners,
we
right?
can, yep.
All right, so guys catch up. Now we call it stacking. We know they're vacant, and now we know they're out-of-town owners, which
Yep.
greatly amplifies the chances that they'll be motivated sellers.
Yep. When you do the vacant, it brought it down to about 5,800 properties, almost 5,900. So that's still a pretty big list. Now stack that with the absentee owner. So that means it's a vacant house and the owner does not live.
Okay. Where are you seeing the number of it? Oh,
Right here. It's real small.
I can't see that.
Yeah.
Where's your cursor?
Or you could do, it's right here. I highlighted it blue in the top corner right here. I'm
Okay.
circling around it
I
right
got
now.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how many properties currently in Jacksonville that are vacant and are absentee. Yep.
How many did you say?
We got about 4,000 right now,
All right.
4,000 properties there.
Further,
Yep.
right?
Here on the left side, you'll see that it's taking single family, condo, townhouse, multifamily, apartment, and other. I usually knock out at least the other apartments and multifamily. You know, condos and townhouses, you can make that call. If you want to leave them or not, I'd say why not? It doesn't hurt.
I buy them.
Yeah. Okay. So then we got that down narrow to about 3,800 properties here on the bottom. Now, this is kind of my favorite part of the feature here, or of the system, is being able to create my own house avatar. What ideal house do I want to buy? Because I know that this list I'm going to mail to and call, I'm going to have several people raise their hand and say, yeah, actually, I'm looking to sell. So I want to make sure when those are yeses, that that's a house that I want to purchase. That fits my buy box in a sense.
So you start with what, 3?
So I would start here, make sure that we got the single condo townhouse. We got it. Yeah, 3 bedrooms at least is my ideal house, and at least 1,000 square feet. I know that's one of them. And we'll see that. As you can see, it updates your property listing. Now we're down to 2,250 here. You can also add bathrooms or year builds or anything if you wanted a pool.
one.
Yeah, at least one, which are all, we can do that as well. And I always say year built, maybe if you live in an area that has a lot of older homes, 1,800, 1,900, and you don't want to deal with those.
From 60s and up.
Okay. Yeah.
And I bought a house less than the 60s.
Yeah,
But you got to
yeah.
put something in it.
Yeah. That's a good one, 1960. So now we got a vacant house with absentee owner, single family condo townhouse, at least 3 bedrooms, at least 1,000 square feet, at least 1 bathroom, and built after 1960. Give us 908 properties.
Okay. Is there another layer we ought to put on it somewhere?
Yeah, we can put, we could go down to liens. If you wanted to put any kind of lien on it, if it had a judgment, a general lien, HO lien, a mechanics lien, a tax government lien, you could do that, a utility lien.
Okay, so now you're going to, anything with these liens on it.
Correct.
Good. That's good.
Yeah. So if you want to do like a utility lien, for example,
Oh, that's good. Well, that's right. House is vacant.
yeah,
Go ahead and
that
put
one
utility
that
lien.
one had 0 properties utility liens
Okay.
on it.
About delinquent taxes.
Taxes, that's another one. We could stack this list again, just add tax delinquency back up in this area here.
I don't knock it way down.
Yeah. So now we got 192 properties.
Yeah, way down, maybe a little too far.
Yeah, we can take the tax off just for
Well,
now.
wait a minute. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Guys, if they're delinquent on their taxes, you know they got financial issues. Good chance the property's not in very good shape either. I wish we could plug in junkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me all the junkers.
Well, you could kind of do that to a certain degree if you put the property valuation. So maybe you only, it doesn't necessarily
yeah.
guarantee it, but
Take out, I think take out the tax delinquent. What do you think?
yes, sir, I did. Yeah, that's 908 right
I
now.
do want valuation, minimum value. What do you going? That's going to totally depend on where you live, though. You know.
Yeah, I usually stick to the max value, that median home price. It's kind of what my
All right. Well,
go-to is.
I don't agree with that. Median home price here in Jacksonville is pushing $300,000, and I get these things from my realtor over my cell phone, and with the same kind of criteria. I put remember now, I'm looking for junkers, okay, in this particular list. I'm looking for junkers only. Therefore, I want the low price properties in the area. So in my case, I'd put anything that's listed below 150.
Okay.
And you're still going to get some properties on that there that they've renovated and they put on the market, quite a few of them actually. Then I went down to 125. I don't want anything listed more than 125. That gives me almost 100% junk. I don't know, maybe 80% junk. You're going to have to adjust that number to where you live. Look, I'm less than half of the average value in Jacksonville by putting in a maximum of you put in 150, maximum 150.
Yeah, it came with 219 properties.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's better.
Yeah.
And that assures us that we're in the low priced areas looking for junkers.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know. I think that's
It's a pretty solid list. I did want to touch a couple more things here. Just you don't have to do them necessarily on this list, but you can also put the list down to, do you want it properties owned by individuals? Do you want them in LLCs? Do you want them in trusts? Do you want them corporations? I usually stick to just individuals.
I agree. Let's see what that does too.
So that would knock it to about 90 people now, 90 properties.
Well, good. Let's just, let's just now you're going to, what's anything else you want to pick?
I won't necessarily pick anything. Just want to touch base. We can come back to this when we're looking for terms deals, but this is a good one to use for the mortgage interest rate and loan to value when you're targeting certain properties that have those mortgages on them.
That's more than terms though. Yeah.
Yeah. More terms. Yep.
Okay. So let's go down that list again. They're vacant. They're out of town owners. We know they're at least 1,000 square foot, at least 3 bedroom, 1 bath, and listed for less than are on the market. Well, wait a minute.
They're not listed. The max value of the house is 150 based off of the kind of like their estimate here.
Well, we need them. Yeah, well, we can't do this. When I get them from the realtor, there's an asking price. We didn't know they're for sale.
Yeah, that's why I usually stick that median.
So you probably should take that out of there.
Okay. Yeah.
That maximum
value.
God, that is I mean, in some areas that's a crack house.
Yeah.
And here it ain't far from it.
We still got 411 properties. I took that one off there.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is some listing information here. If you were maybe an agent or wanted some expireds and stuff like that, you can mess with that. This one here is also some foreclosure information. Hey, if the house is going to auction in the next 6 months or 3 months, or
just kicks and grins. Put that one in there. Let's see what that does.
3 months or 6 months. The next
3.
Okay. That one from 411 to 0.
Okay, can't do that.
6 properties or 6 months. That's still 0. We could also try, maybe they've been filed on in the last 6 months and see that. That brought 1 property, which could be a pretty good property to target. But I'll leave that one.
I'll just take that back.
Yeah. Okay. So total right now, lifts us with 411 properties.
Okay. Now, you guys, if you were following those steps, of course, the first time is always going to be the hardest one. And you're going to spend a little bit of time working with this because, frankly, our VAs can do all this crap for you, but I don't think you want your VAs picking your list for you. You need to do that on your own. And then hit the save button. Don't forget to do that.
Yeah, we're going to get to that right now, actually.
All right, let's hit the save button.
I know there were a few questions yesterday regarding the FSBO lead service. So this is the feature here that is replacing it. So when you have your list, you feel comfortable with it, you're going to click this little button called Deal Alerts, and it's going to ask you to create a description of your list. I would recommend you be pretty detailed in your description because you're going to have 4, 5, 6 different lists, and you just want to know where those properties are coming from. Because when I save my list, I'm going to start getting emails on a daily or weekly basis.
What are you going to call our list? This is our list.
Yes, yes,
Our
sir.
mailing.
Yeah,
I
got
ain't
yeah.
wasting
No,
your
no,
time.
no, I got you. No, I'm with you. This is a vacant. Um,
Just call it vacant, low end or whatever.
yeah, vacant 3-bed, 1,000K square feet. That's what I'll leave it at. So at least I know some criteria. I would recommend you do a little bit more than that in the future, but just hit that save. So now my list is saved. So anytime a house fits this criteria that we set, because these factors change, right? Absentee and high equity and vacant, those things change. So a house that here in November 8th is not vacant might be in January 8th, and that property is going to pop into your search criteria, and you will receive an email that says, hey, John, you have 5 new properties that have entered your search criteria, and it'll give you the addresses. You can take them, skip trace them, send them to your VA to call, or set up a mailing thing through here too. So
now every time another house meets these criteria, AI is going to find it, or they change the price on well, they don't even know that they're trying to sell a house. So any of the other parameters.
Just if they fit into that search criteria, you're going to get that address.
Now, of course, one point is since that list is so small, don't expect a whole bunch of houses to keep coming at you, which is good actually, because what you've done is narrowed down 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 houses down to some very qualified houses, and you don't want your list to be big if it's extremely qualified. Let it be small, save a lot of postage. So this list is absolutely worth mailing to 6 times.
Okay.
Worth chasing, worth skip tracing, worth calling, worth texting.
Yep.
All of the above.
Yes, sir.
And now, guys, that's just one list. Okay. You could spend now to Christmas creating such a long list of lists. You need a computer just to keep track of them, which actually, right here. And now think about it. Let's say you got 10 of these different lists on here. Now you got 10 groups that are going to be throwing houses that fit in that group to you on a constantly basis.
Yep.
And once you save it, it's going to stay there till you unsave it, isn't it?
Correct. Yep. Forever. Yeah.
So instead of getting a lot of leads on people that have their house listed on Zillow for sale, you're getting a lot less leads on people that are more likely to sell.
Yep.
Now, please don't take that to mean that everybody that calls you is going to buy your house. It just ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
All right.
Correct.
All right.
I would also say on the deal alerts here, like create 5, 6 at the beginning and let those simmer for a few months. Like I don't want people coming in here every single day or week thinking they have to recreate some list, the magic list. Like get 4, 5, 6 that you really like. Start getting the leads from there. Start sending the mail. And as you get those leads, feed them to your VA and sleeps in the mail. I would say sit on them for 60, 90, maybe more days and really let the leads come to you. Because if you come in here every single day trying to create a list, you're just going to, I don't know, it just becomes, you can go down rabbit holes.
There's no need if you're creating the same list.
Correct. Yeah, there's only so many lists you can create.
You know what else I was thinking now? Would it make sense to just take one of those, what the hell do you call those, platforms or one of
the motivation points or
motivation points? Just take one of those and create a list of that.
Yep.
And then another one, create a list of that.
Yep.
And another one, create a list of that. Now you'll know where you're getting most of your hits from based on what type of seller we're talking about. I just thought of that.
Yeah, you do that, and that's why it's so super important when you label your deal, your search, to make sure you're labeling it what that is, so you know where it's coming from and what exactly the criteria. But that's a great idea. Just go pick 4 or 5 options to start with, make your list, and work it. Like again, there's going to be deals in every list here. Like it's just a matter of getting in contact with those people who are wanting to sell, right?
Yeah, but you do have to figure out a way to know which list the call came from, so that the mailer's got to be coded.
Correct. You can do that by phone number, or
you don't want all the phone numbers. Yeah. You can just you can code the mailer, but even then you got to ask. Well, no, you don't, because you've got a list with addresses on it. Mm-hmm. You can look for that lead. I don't know if that's the fastest way or not. Fastest way is to put something in there where when you hear that code, you automatically know what list it came from.
Or when you get a lead, if you pull up the address here, it's going to tell you right here whether it's a pre-foreclosure or vacancy. Yes. Yeah, you can see them on each address. So if I were to pull up 1147 Phelps Street, it's going to pull up its absentee, delinquent tax. So you have an idea from these buttons where it came from. Or you could look through the mailing list, like just search through the mailing list real quick and find that address, either one. So
and now, guys, don't make the mistake of telling the seller you know, they're in foreclosure or whatever, okay? The seller will tell you if they have any interest in selling. You'll learn what you need to learn. You don't have to rub it in their face they got a problem.
Yeah.
And because immediately they'll think, well, you're trying to take advantage of me. And, you know, that's why I don't ever, when we mail to a person in foreclosure, we don't put anywhere in that mailer that we know they're in foreclosure,
Correct.
at least for the first time or two.
Yeah.
And, you know, it takes a long time to figure that one out. So we're not going to say, nah, we know you're in trouble.
Yeah. Don't send a postcard that says, let me help you from foreclosure or something like that.
Everybody sees it on the way.
So you have your list here, you have your leads, right? We got 411. I'm going to click this little box here and I'm going to select all. When I hit select all, it's going to add them to my leads, which is right here in the top corner. So now I have all of those addresses in my leads here.
All right, let me make another point. You got to decide what you're going to mail. And you would think that that could easily change based on the type of list I'm mailing to, obviously. The smarter thing you can do is create a mail piece that is generic to most of the list you pick. But on that piece, it mentions the problem that they might have. We buy houses that are tax delinquent. We buy houses in total rehab. We buy houses in any area, blah, 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 blah. In other words, that same postcard will apply to 5, 10 different lists without changing a single word in it. All right.
Yeah, I like that.
In other words, don't let them know you know they got a problem.
Got it. So we got my leads here. From this section here, you can lead trace, which is skip trace. Skip trace is 10 cents per address. It'll give you up to 10 phone numbers for that particular address. It'll give you a mailing address if it's different than the property address. It'll give you some email addresses. It'll give you relative phone numbers. It can give you some information about the property in terms of if there's a mortgage or if there's any liens. You know, I don't really go to take that stuff too serious, but the phone numbers for sure.
That's another very good point, though. Because we already know the house is vacant.
Yeah,
We don't want to mail to the house.
correct.
Now they're going to get the address where they're at now by
Yep.
skip tracing them.
Yep.
So you skip trace before you mail.
Before you mail.
That's
Yeah.
why you don't want a big monstrous list. What are we at? 440?
411.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's going to cost you $41 to skip trace them for crying out
Yeah.
loud.
Yeah.
And by the way, that'll also take out all the bad addresses. And then you won't get phone numbers on all of them. I can tell you that right now. So skip trace before you waste the money on postage is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And if you skip trace and they don't provide you with a number, then you won't get charged for that. They'll just credit your account. So if you have 120 of them came back as whatever, no number, you'll get that
I didn't know that.
$2 back or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Now, I know you're wondering what we're going to mail and how much does it cost. We're getting to that. You're going to like the mailing cost.
Yeah. So that's the lead trace there. And that's how you get the phone numbers and make the calls and mailing addresses there. If I wanted to send direct mail, I can click here and I'll come right back to it. There's 2 more. You can download the list and I don't know what you would really do with the download. I guess the download, you could upload it to through Facebook if you're running ads or something like that, that list of addresses to target that list of addresses. That's how I used it, the download function.
You did what now?
So you download this list of addresses and you upload it to Facebook. Facebook has everyone's information, so they know who lives at that house, and then they can target your ads to that person.
No, I never would have thought of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can say, so does that lower your Facebook ad cost? Such a small group?
Well, it's kind of mixed in. I upload the list, but it's still going to promote normal, but I'm just uploading the list and it's targeting that list. And it's also creating a lookalike list based off of the same factors that list I gave it had from other I don't know how the algorithm works. It's supposed to create a lookalike based on what it's in. Yeah.
Nobody knows how that's the problem. We're going to get to that 1 through 10 thing. But you got to remember, this is all backed by artificial intelligence, folks. This thing has got information on every house in America.
Yep.
That no human could provide.
Yeah. Well, since you talked about here, the scoring system here. So these scores go from 0 to 1,000, and it's taking, I think, 50 years worth of real estate data and has billions of different data points that it goes off of, from the magazines you subscribe to things you cancel, to the shows you watch, the things you search for, whatever those points are. And it creates its own avatar, like we just talked about, and said, hey, this house, this particular style of house sold at a discount, and it had these 10 factors. So this house over here also has 8 of those factors. So I'm going to give it a score of 800.
Of course,
So-
you don't know what those factors are,
Correct.
and you might as well finish. Let's clarify that. I know they didn't know what you just said. You got 10 levels, 1 through 10. The higher they are to 10, the more motivated to sell. AI says within 90 days, AI says they're more motivated if they're closer to 10. But we just don't know what they consider more motivated to sell within 90 days means.
Yeah.
So when I first heard about this thing, I thought that's killer. That's absolutely killer. AI is going to do the work for us. We have no idea what the motivation is till you get them on the phone, but AI thinks it does. But what we found out lately.
Yeah, we have found that, using just the list without any of the scoring system produced better results than using strictly the scoring system.
Now that's happened, I can actually believe that.
Yeah.
Because I know who I'm mailing to.
Yeah.
And I don't know who AI system
Correct.
mail to. So unless somebody can show me why I should use that scoring system, I'd rather pick the list that I know are a lot closer to getting motivated.
I agree.
And that's going to be important when I talk to you about the pricing of this, because there's 3 groups that I'll get to this afternoon, and the groups are limited to how many people you can use the scoring system on to mail to. Did I say that right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get this now. There is no limit to how many names you can pull and mail to if you're not using the AI scoring system.
Correct.
Make sure you make that point in your head here, because I'm going to go over the 3 columns on what's in each one of them. And I didn't understand that
Yeah.
at the beginning. Most people don't. So I'm
And
going to make it very clear.
Yeah, I can kind of show what he's talking about here as well. So you're going to be able to use any of these factors here based on your plan, right? You may not have all the ones I have here, but based on whatever plan you have, you're going to be able to pull any of these lists for anywhere around the country with your plan. You just won't have the ability to put a scoring on it, which we just explained may not even be that big of a deal. So,
And 2 things. As we go through this, and you have an aha moment, I want you to put it right up on that screen. Aha. Okay. Because I want to know what you think about this one.
Yeah.
We ain't even really started on it.
yeah, this is just pulling
All right.
this.
Let's see. The other point that I was going to make is I've totally forgotten already.
Okay.
It'll come back.
Come back. We'll move on here to direct mail. So we got the lead trace if you want to call and get the mailing addresses. Then for direct mail, we're going to click this button here. It's going to ask you, do you want to do the direct mail? This personally pinned, I think this is the ones that look like this. It's a robotic thing.
Let me interrupt you again.
Yeah.
And it won't be the last time.
Yeah.
Nick, keep an eye out for me. The first person that wants a mailing list in their city wants us to do it while you watch. Put up there right now. Pick me, pick me, pick me. First one up gets. Okay. Now don't say pick me if you're not going to do anything with a list that we create for you. If you're serious about what we're teaching here today, pick me. That's all we need to say.
Okay.
First one in. Holler at me when we get it, Nick.
Okay. Can we stop for some questions before we build up too much on this? Because we're getting a lot.
Is it questions on this?
Yes.
Oh boy. What time did we say we can get out of here? We'll take a few. I don't know if we can take them all. We got a lot to talk about here yet.
All right. So the first one, and we actually answered this question twice yesterday. It was asked twice by the same person, and we answered it twice. But for a third time, just for sure, the for sale by owner leads, those have been replaced by what Adel just showed you here with the deal alert.
I mean, on the Gold Club.
Yes.
There's no longer FSBO leads on the Gold Club because you can get them here based on your criteria and your city and where you live. Again, you're not going to get as many as you were getting on the people listening online, but that's good. That's less you got to pay, less people you got to get called and all of that. I'll take 2 quality names over 100 quantity names any day.
100%.
Michael says, can Dreams be used for property tax overage business?
Property tax, what?
No overage. overage business. He's asking, can the CR, I guess he's asking Dreams can be
No,
used
if you're
for
in that, that means you probably got the list from Don.
But I think maybe the question is, well, you can certainly use the CRM to help manage those leads.
Correct.
And this is a question that someone else had as well. Can you import names, a list in there to mail out?
You can.
Okay, so you can use the cheaper mailing options through
Yes.
through Dreams.
Yes.
Yep. And
So-
we're looking at that even at global.
Let's see. Dang says, is this Dreams Pro AI based on 5 zip codes of our choice and
No,
add with
that's a good
additional?
question, Dang, and the answer is no. There is no limit to how many zip codes you can pull mailing lists from. There's just a limit to how many you can use the AI on. Right, Nick?
That is right. So you can search nationwide for lists. If you want the AI scoring
Yeah.
to score the properties, you can
Yeah.
get those in specific zip codes depending on which level you're at.
I didn't understand that for quite a while. I'm semi-intelligent. I didn't get that, but now I got it. That's why I want to make sure you get it. Okay, go ahead with a few more.
Yep. Dang again says, is this Dreams Pro AI the same as Ron's Deal Finder?
Deal Finder is built into it. We don't call it Deal Finder. Well, we do. Some do that because that's what it is. But yes, if you're paying for Deal Finder now and you upgrade to this, then you won't be paying for Deal Finder anymore, which is $200 a month by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the $697 level includes everything that's in the Dreams currently.
Plus 20 hours of VA service.
Yeah, plus 20 hours of VA service, plus a CRM, which is not included in Ron's Deal Finder, plus websites, so a bunch of other features. I'll put in the comments here when we're done with questions. I have a comparison side by side of the different levels and Ron's Deal Finder, so you can see what's included in Deal Finder. And you can, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to be at the $697 level, if you didn't need VA service, you could have maybe the $99 level plus Ron's Deal Finder, so you can add it on to any of the.
We'll go over that when they can actually see what we're talking about, because they've got that list, right? The 3-column list.
Yes.
All right.
So the list Ron is talking about is just the side-by-side view of the different
All three
levels of
levels.
Dreams Pro AI.
Correct. All right.
Teresa says, can you upload a list to Dreams Pro?
Yes.
We did answer
You
that,
got
and
that?
yes, you can.
Has anybody said pick me yet?
Probably. Yeah, we got a few.
Huh?
Yes, we have a few.
Yeah, well, who's first?
Our first person who typed in their city was Mike Scardina. He says Joylet, Illinois.
It ain't Joylet, but
What is it?
I don't. remember.
Joliet?
I think it's Juliet. Is it Juliet? Yeah, it sounds familiar. Yeah.
Jolie.
Joliet.
My apologies, Mike.
Pissed off everybody in the city.
All right, we have a few more questions I can do, or
yeah.
do you want to get into this?
Hi, Mike. What do you want to know from him? Because you sure don't want to pull up the whole city of, well, his city, yeah.
That's 40,000 people, 40,000 properties there so far.
Okay.
Without any filters.
So let's go back to the filters
Okay.
and wish we were talking to him live.
Where are you going, Ron?
Don't worry about it. He's on camera. They seen enough of me. How are we going to handle this? Because I need to get some information out of him. Can you? Go ahead and do that. I like talking to the.
Go behind the camera.
All right, Mike, I'm gonna send you a link, and I'd like you to close out of Ring Central Events
Yeah, you got
and
the
click
city.
on the link I
Yes.
send you and join us here on StreamYard, and that way you
Go
can
back
talk
to
to
the-
Ron. Use your
Go
webcam to
back
talk to Ron. So I'll send that to you in just 1 second.
Yeah, let's get it. First, all we're going to do now is pull him a list.
Yeah, I'm
fact-
saying while he's connected, I can.
You can use
Sure.
our same parameters.
Okay.
We're going to do that, Mike. Get up here if you can, but we're going to use the same parameters we just pulled for Jacksonville in however you pronounce that city, Illinois.
So
I've been there and I don't even remember how to pronounce it.
All right. So we did the vacant and absentee, brought us down to about 407 properties
In his city?
in his city. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
that's good.
Yep.
Okay.
And right, we did the 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, 1,000 square feet.
That's all right. All of that was good. Frankly, all of that's good for any city.
Yeah.
except the 100, we didn't use the 150, did we? We took that out of there.
Took it out.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
Matt,
Yep.
actually, those parameters are good for any city if you take out the values.
Yep. We did the owner, individual owner.
Yeah.
That knocked it down to 93 properties there.
Okay. All right. So Mike, how can we get him that list though?
Well, if he has this, he can just replicate it. If he doesn't,
Yeah, Mike,
then,
you're gonna have to do it on your own.
yeah,
computer.
yeah.
So let's go back. If you haven't already, Mike, take a screenshot of the parameters we picked.
Yeah, they're right here.
Okay, does that cover them all?
Mm-hmm.
All right, shoot that, Mike, quick. Shoot it. 1, 2, 3.
All right.
It's too late. Move on.
Right.
All right, and then so you pick those. That's the biggest part. What else does he got to do?
From here, he would just need to decide what pieces he wants to mail.
Oh no, he's got to save.
Oh, I'm sorry. The deal alerts. Yeah, you go to your deal alerts here,
Don't forget to save it.
and you want to save it. You know, whatever city, county it is in the list. We did a vacant 1,000 square feet. That should be good enough to give you an idea of what it is.
Yep.
You would save that.
And Mike, you need to mail to these people. We'll go through that in just a minute here. You need to mail to all of them. And if you get any deals, don't forget to send us our half. Was part of the deal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. All right.
Actually, that's a good quality list, Mike. I honestly do want to know the results
Yeah.
after you mailed it out. How many calls did you get or any deals out of that 400 names so far?
Would you think it's a good idea to, some of these are like cash buyers, and I usually, because you can exclude certain criteria from your list as well and say that, hey, that's probably an investor who just bought a vacant house. My guess, why would someone,
I would put
you know what,
cash buyer.
wouldn't worry about it? Okay.
I would not,
Okay.
because most of them weren't. The owner occupants turned ugly, probably.
Gotcha. But that is an option too here. If you wanted to exclude any kind of parameter, you could exclude stuff here as well. If you wanted to exclude active listings and you didn't want to have your list to be of the house that's currently listed, you could exclude those active listings
Does
there.
that mean they're listed in the MLS?
Right now, yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, wait a minute now that.
Yeah, again, you may
A
not,
lot of
but
the junkers are listed, which means you probably won't buy them
yeah.
because they're going to go for a higher price than I'm going to let you pay. I'd probably take out the listed properties.
Active. Okay. So that'll knock it down. I
What does
think,
that do to us?
90. Just knocked out one of them. So no big deal.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how many's left?
89.
89. That's still Mike's list, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay, Mike, well, we'll show you what button to push here in a minute to send them a postcard or a letter. And you might find one on there that you don't even have to change. Well, you do still to put your phone number on there. Don't forget
Yeah.
that part.
So Mike, you would want to go here and you're going to add them, select all, and you're going to add them to your leads. I'm not going to add them to ours here because we have the Jacksonville, but that's how you would get them to your leads.
Okay.
And
Now, while you're still doing that, then show him the sequential mailing part.
yep. So
All right,
when
we
you-
got Mike on the line here. Bring him on.
Oh, we do?
uh,
Hey, Mike,
Hey, how's it going, Ron?
I can't hear him, guys. Mike, did you get this so far? You got that
I
list?
was able to take a screenshot while you were counting down. I got that part.
Okay. Sorry, you got that part. Then you can pull that list on your own, right?
Well, I don't have Dreams Pro.
Oh, that's
I just
easy.
have the. Okay.
Mike, you will before the day is over. Trust me. And when you get it, again, even your VA will help you set it up. And then you can come here in December and we're going to actually, you're going to love what we're doing in December. But right now you can pull that list. I'll get your VA to do it for you. You got the parameters we put in there, right?
I believe so. That's what I took the screenshot of.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now all you got to do is figure out what to mail to them and how many times you want to mail them. Do you have a Pat Live phone number yet?
I do not.
Do
I
or
just have
don't?
the basic $59 membership at the moment.
There is no $59 membership on Pat Live. It's $199 a month for 250 hours. RonaldRand.com/Pat Live. That's who's going to take your calls 24 hours a day from buyer and seller. And you need to
Okay.
set up with that. Look, we're building a system here. Don't try to ignore the system because it took me a lot of years and great team we got here, a lot of years to put this stuff together. You got to have Pat Live take the inbound calls. Pat Live will ask them, do you have a house for sale? Give me the address. How do we reach you? What are you asking for it? And that's all they need to ask. So they've taken the call, and now they're going to give that information to you by text. Now you're going to turn it over to our VA. You have our VAs by any chance?
I do not.
All right, you're going to get that too if you want to do this business, because either that or you can do the grunt work all day on your own. I'll go over that this afternoon for you. Now the VA calls them and gets the PI sheet filled out on them. And remember, these are quality leads. Okay, they should be able to get a hold of way more with this list than they would people listing their house on Zillow. And then you get the PI sheet. I can see you haven't been to a quick start school yet, have you?
I have not.
All right, you're going to fix that pretty soon too, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good. You know, I'd love it if you'd actually get this mail out. You know what? I'm going to make you a deal right now, Mike. You ready? Not going to cost you anything. Not going to cost you anything. You do this mailing, and you get calls from sellers. I want you to get a hold of him and let him do the closing call.
Adel?
Just on this mailing, Mike, not the next 10,000 letters. I want him to do the closing call, see if we can get you a deal. Wouldn't that be fun to talk about here next month?
Yeah, do it.
Actually, it's this month, isn't it? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So get the mail out pretty quick, and you can do a postcard. We're going to get to that in a minute. First, I guess, did you see how to save the list, Mike?
Yeah, I was watching and following along as best as I could since I don't have the
Okay.
system.
So you get this set up, which, you know, they can do pretty quick. Then you got the parameters that's put in the same list, then save it. And then the only thing left you got to do, well, you still might want to skip trace that list. I would. You can do that right here. That will take out should take out all the letters that are not going to get delivered. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, reduce the list somewhat. Frankly, I think all of you should do that anytime you do a mailer. Do the skip tracing, and it'll also tell where the seller is now, especially if you're mailing to vacant houses. Mailing to vacant houses, it's a waste unless it gets forwarded to the seller, which, by the way, you can put on the envelope, forwarding address requested. And I don't even know what they're charging. It's less than $1 to get you that address, but I don't think you even need that anymore. Just tell this to mail to the ones that pass skip tracing, and it looks like you got the right address. And if you want to take the calls yourself, that's okay, but I'm a little worried about that when you haven't had any training. So I'm thinking maybe you better drive the calls to Pat Live and then grab them and then send them to Adel. And
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you how to reach him over the air, so you're going to have to. You're going to have to.
Maybe I get your number, your information from John over here. Email you or
Yeah, we
something.
can do that. All right.
Sure.
He's one of our mentors, by the way, and I'd love to see. In fact, get him a deal,
Okay, I'll do my best.
even if it's a lousy deal. Get him a deal.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. And I'm doing that because you volunteered first, Mike, and appreciate it. Any questions
Thank
while I
you.
got you?
No. So should I contact John through the StreamYard chat or on the previous chat where this is being streamed?
Mike, why don't you just go ahead and put your information here in the StreamYard chat before you leave and go back to the Ring Central, and
Okay.
I'll take that down.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to get you a deal.
That would be cool, actually.
Yeah.
We're real cool.
Now this is one you want to set up on sequential mailing too, because it's a pretty good list, I think. In other words, they'll mail up to 6 letters or postcards for you, and you have to decide how far apart you want them and what it is you want to mail them.
What I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to save this so
Okay.
I have it, so I know exactly who we're talking about here next time. So
All right, good.
I got the list saved.
All right, we're running out of time. You know, it's 10 minutes at 12 already.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
smokes. We could talk this way for 4 days.
It's hard to explain without going in depth.
Yeah, this kind of stuff we're going to do for all of you when you get here during
Yeah.
the 2-day. I'm excited about this new event.
Me too.
Implementation has always been a weak spot in our training.
And it's good that we had two people from that group. I talked to one of them yesterday, writing up a contract, and I know Tony had talked to you about writing up a contract.
kidding.
So with after 30 days, under 30 days of leaving here, they're
That was only 2 weeks ago.
yeah.
I love it.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
All right, let's
Then
get
I
our
guess
direct
we're
mail
done
going.
with Mike.
Yeah, I think we're done
All
with
right.
Mike here, and we'll get our direct mail going here.
Thank you, Mike. So you're going to go to the direct mail pieces first?
Yeah, I clicked that direct mail button there,
All right.
and it's loading up right now to take me to
Mi-
here.
Mike, you've got to do the same thing here
Yeah.
now, and you can use theirs. Of course, they're going to put your phone number on it. When you get Pat Live, by the way, Pat Live gives you 6 phone numbers when you sign up with them. You're going to use one of them. In fact, you could use one of them on each list that you mail to, then you immediately know where that caller came from.
Yep.
That's the easiest way to do it, but the phone numbers are free, and then you can buy them for pennies, however that. Whether you're buying or whether you're selling, you've got to be able to tell what media, how many calls came from which media, or you'll never know what's working and what's not working. And you get a report from Pat Live on how many calls they got on each number that I gave you. And they're your numbers too. You keep them.
Yep.
That is if you tell them you want them. If you decide to leave Pat Live, and if you decide to leave Pat Live, that means you decided you don't want to do real estate anymore. It's just that simple. Because there is no better inbound answering service for what we do than Pat Live. Been working with them over 20 years. All right, let's go to the mail pieces.
All right, mail. You said you want to do a 5-letter drop every once a month?
I didn't say anything.
I thought you said earlier you wanted to mail that list 6 times, so that's why.
What are you smoking? Huh?
Okay.
I think this list is worth mailing 6 times, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, by the way, that's a good question. What if I mail 3 times and I want to quit?
I don't think you can. You might be able to stop that, but I don't think so. I think when you submit it, it's done deal because you're paying for it all up front.
If I mail 3 times and I don't get a single call, I don't want to mail another 3 times.
I can find out the answer. I don't have the answer. If you can stop midway.
Of course, I could always put in 3 and add the other 3 later if I get results out of the first 3.
You could start with 2 or 3 and then see
do
if it
that.
works. Yeah.
Guys, if you don't just mail once, you're just wasting your money. Okay, I'm telling you, most of your deals are going to come from multiple hits with the seller. He can be attested to that. I showed you a house yesterday that he first talked to the seller in November, and it was April before they got back to us to buy their house.
Yep.
You got to follow up, and this system will do that for you if we ever have time to show them how.
Well, we'll start with three drops over the course of 3 months. Will that work?
Yeah, did you get that, Mike? 3 drops, month apart.
Yep.
Now, go ahead and show us the mailing pieces.
And you're going to put your information in here with your phone number. All my stuff's already entered. You definitely want to send one to yourself.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Good point. Good point. Always mail to yourself, then you'll know it got mailed and how long. It got mailed.
Next. So here's where you would pick your pieces here. We are mailing to a absentee vacant list here. So I probably would go to the absentee postcards and see what they have here. You got a 4x6, a 6x9, 6x11, and a letter, standard letter there. The letter's 99 cents, the 6x11's 89 cents, the 6x9, 69, and the 4x6, 59 cents.
All right, 6x9 will get you the best results on a postcard. And by the way, their total cost, printing and mailing, is usually very less than what you pay for a postage stamp. Okay, postage stamp is
Yep.
what now? 73 cents, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, postcard is a little cheaper, but believe me, their mailing is cheap. Now I can't read them, so I can't sit here and.
Yeah.
Mike, you're just going to have to read them.
This one says sell us your vacant property, tired of being a landlord.
Yeah, so you wouldn't mail that one if you're not mailing to a landlord list, which is a good list.
Yeah, it is. Yep. There's here's a preview of one of them. Don't leave money on the table. Sell us your vacant property. Type of list there. Type of postcard there. Let me see.
Well, that's okay for one of them.
Yeah.
We do know it's vacant.
Yeah, sell us your vacant home. We have buyers hunting for properties in your zip code right now.
I like
Sell us
that.
your home as is, commission free, in under 30 days. Call or text. Visit our website if you wanted that on there.
Yeah, guys, let me make a point. Look, I've been marketing and teaching marketing for a long time. Quit trying to make your pieces perfect. There is no such a thing. Way more important you get them in the mail than trying to make them perfect. Besides, I don't know anybody that knows what perfect is, including me. The most perfect mailer is the one you get somebody to call you on.
Yes.
And that has to do with the timing and what's going on in their life way more than what that card says. And for Mike's sake, let's just mail 3 postcards. Mike, that's one of them right there, I think.
Yep. Sell us your vacant one. I think that's a good
Okay,
one.
what's another one?
You can go down to this now. Your mailer number 2 here. You can pick a different piece if you want, different size, or you can just continue with the 6x9 postcard for the second drop.
Let's do a 6x9.
Okay. And
Save Mike some money here.
we can go with the money one here if you want. That's the
I can't read them. Blow 'em up. I can't read them anyway. Oh, I can read that one.
Yeah.
That's the same one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one. I sent this one, the first one, to sell us a vacant. I thought the second one we could do the dollar bill one.
That's okay. That's good. What's on the other side of it though?
It doesn't show, I think. Yeah, it doesn't show you. I think it's just one-sided, actually.
Okay.
Maybe. All right. And then you want to do another 6x9?
This is the third mailer?
For the third drop. Yep.
I don't know. Show me some letters.
Letters here. Here's one.
Remember, Mike, we've got a very small list here we're mailing to. This is not inexpensive, even with 3 hits.
I'm not sure.
I sure don't like the looks of that.
Yeah. But I think you have a rental property. No, I don't like that letter.
And just for the record, folks, I don't know what year indenting went out of style, but I can tell you I indent everything that I create because it's just so much easier to read. And I'll argue that with anybody who wants to argue with me. I know everything's not indented on the internet. I don't care. I still indent it. It's just easier to read, period. And you got to make this thing easier to read. And I can tell you right now that font, the size of that font is too small.
Yeah.
Too small. So make it easy to read, make it big enough for people like me that need glasses can read it without straining. And there's no reason not to. You got all the space in the world right there.
Yep. You could also upload your own letter if you didn't like any of these
Right.
as well. You can create your own kind of text.
Like the yellow letter.
Yeah.
They got yellow letters?
Not yellow. No,
They don't
not
have
the
my
yellow
letter,
paper.
yellow letter?
No.
Okay. I would take time to add my yellow letter into their mailing pieces and put it in your mailing. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's a invitation size envelope that looks like it's hand addressed, but it's not. It looks like the software makes it look like it's hand addressed with a live stamp on it, and the letter just simply says, "Hi, John. My name is Ron. My wife is Beverly, and we'd be interested in buying your house. Please call me at," phone number. That thing has always worked. I've never seen a letter output if it's done right. And that letter is about 22 years old now, and we invented it right here in this office. Still works to this very day. Anyway, he's only needs 3 pieces, so let's make this simple and get it past it. We're going to run out of time.
Yep. Okay. I'll just take this letter here. It's easier to read than
About
these
a better
two.
idea. Mike, you pick it.
Yeah. We're just setting it up for you
Okay,
here.
you pick it.
Yeah.
And I don't care if you just mail 3 postcards, you pick it. I want to see what happens to this quality list. And you got to report to me now. You got to tell me.
And so this will give you a preview here. Estimated delivery 11/13 through 11/16. So if I submit
Today's
this
11/8.
right now, it'd hit the mailboxes by next week.
Yep.
And so you'll go through each one to make sure. So estimated delivery 12/13. We did a month apart, and the 4th one should be January 13th through 16th mail delivery. So I just want to confirm that.
Now, our VAs know this system. So you don't have to worry about how you import that letter on there. You just send the VA the letter and tell them what do you want it to look like and let them do all of this stuff for you guys, especially you old geezers, because I know you'd rather have a root canal learn all this crap. I'm one of you. I get it. All right, you delegate. In this case, you're going to delegate to the VAs, but you have to take time to learn what this thing will do so you can guide them on what you want it to do. That's all you got to do, and then sit back and relax. In fact, I've just done the same thing. It's on him. I'm never going and pulling this thing up. I don't do that. All right. All right. So where are we going next?
Yep, that's it. You just finish and review your order, and you send it off. It's going to give you the price there. So to mail this list of 403 people, so you're really mailing out 1,200 postcards.
6 sequential page where you pick how many you want.
Oh, that'll
how
be
far apart they are.
Go back to content.
That it? That's it.
No, right here.
No, where you see the 6 boxes. That it? Yes, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're mailing 3, and you put them a month apart.
One, yes, sir.
Yeah. Mike, I want you to make sure you keep track now. Your calls coming from 1st, 2nd, or 3rd mailing, just for the heck of it.
Yeah. Yep, that's it. You can do this. You can mail as few as 1 letter or postcard up to. I'm sure there's a limit, but I mean, it's not more than you need. So
yeah. So man, again, it comes back down to picking the best quality list, not the biggest quantity list. And at the prices they charge, you can't sit at home and stuff them yourself and mail them for less than they'll mail them for you. You can't.
Yeah.
So why don't we use the system that's here I'm telling you, I wished I had this years and years and years ago.
Yeah, I just can't believe the mail's so cheap. I mean, it's crazy.
All right. So what's next? The ARV maybe?
Okay, yeah, we can do some.
Oh, okay. This is just one thing the system will do
Yeah,
for
this
you.
is just the mailing piece of it.
Let's see.
Did you want to have someone put an address in the chat there?
Yeah, let's go. Let's figure out how to do the after repaired value, which is critically important.
Yeah.
A lot of deals are lost because investors don't know how to get the real ARV. Anybody that's using the Zestimate on Zillow is wrong. It's almost never correct. It's almost always below the real ARV. So you got to learn the real ARV. Fortunately for you, a lot of sellers use the guesstimate, the Zestimate, to figure out what to sell their house for. And when they're asked, how'd you get that number? And they say the Zestimate, man, my heart just starts beating.
Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, you've already probably got some equity built in that they don't even know that they have because they don't know how to pull a real ARV.
That's what Kathy thought. That's how we
Is that what
came.
she
That's
did?
how we came to the 450. She said my house would sell for $500,000 on the market minus commission. I'll take 460. I said, is that the best you can do? She said I could do 450, and that's how we ended at 450. I knew it was worth at least 5 or more, so I knew either way we were doing it on terms, it would be a good deal for us. So,
And you were right,
yeah,
because I even had it appraised. If you'll remember, it appraised at 5 1/4.
yeah,
You know, I told him it was 5 1/4 before I had the
yeah.
appraisal.
You were right on,
Yeah,
right spot on.
The kid's that good,
Yeah,
but I wasn't really that sure.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, we spent $450 to verify the value of the property.
Yep.
Well worth it when you're not sure.
100%. Okay.
Okay, let's go into what?
The ARV. Did you want to just pull a random address or have someone
Well-
submit an address real quick?
For the sake of time, what we need to make a list of what this thing will do for them.
Okay.
You got such a list? Obviously, pulls your list for free.
Yep.
Does the mailing for you, cheap. And just so you don't know, before this, we rented lists. We had to pay to rent lists, and I mean just rent them. We didn't own them. Every time we mailed to them, we had to pay to mail to them. You own this list. There's no charge whatsoever.
Yep.
And you don't need anybody to consult with you on or do your mailing for you. It's all right here, touch of a button.
Yep. And so the mail, the skip tracing, it has the comping here. We can do, has your CRM, how to keep organized.
Oh yeah.
Has a repair analyzer.
Okay, come on. Let's show all of them.
Okay,
Let's
all right.
touch on all of them.
What do you want to
Let's
just
go to
pull up?
ARV next. Show them. This is the tool you're going to use to get the comps on a house.
Yeah. Do any address fine, or do you just want
All
to?
right. Anybody watching right now?
Ready.
First one on there says comp me. That's COMP me. First one gets it.
Ron, we already have one.
I already have one.
Yep.
Oh, they're ahead of me now. Okay. Who is it?
Dang, at 1532 Arlington Heights.
Dang, you knew I was going to ask. Dang's been on every broadcast that I've done since I was 30, I think.
Arlington Heights.
I think it's
Wait a minute.
supposed to be H.
First of all,
I think it's supposed to be
Dang, I
HEI.
want you to put on there what you think this house is worth. Right now, sir. I ain't going to do it till you put it up there. This is what we do in class, and then we comp their houses. And we create their mailing list. By the way, we also make videos that they're going to put online, both paid and free while they're in the class.
So you pulled up the property here. You can instantly see it's going to give you it's a cash buyer, high equity, and there's a judgment. There's some sort of judgment on the property here. So
That's
I know
good.
that going in. You can look at the scoring system, wholesale 655, 535, 547. So take it for what it's worth.
What is that?
That's the AI scores. If you have it in that zip code, it'll give you what the score is on that property.
Okay.
It can also give you some more information regarding the year built, size, the county it's in, and then the very bottom, you can go down and find the mortgage information.
Really?
So you can see that as amount, the payment, the loan to value, if it's conventional, if it's been refinanced, the interest rate. So some good information just to have off the top. And if I want to find the ARV though, I'm going to go here to comparables, click that.
All right, guys, that's what you do after the conversation with the seller
Correct,
indicates
correct,
we
yes.
probably got a deal.
Good point.
Don't even think about doing that on every house
Yeah.
that you're mailing to.
Okay, so it's going to bring up all the properties within 1 mile. It already has some preset filters that it does for you automatically. based on the square footage and distance, but I always X them out. Like I don't, bed and bath, we only base it off of the square footage. So I don't want to use a bed and bath there. So I'll take that off. One key point here, this is showing, see how there are different colors? There's green, there's red and yellow.
Yeah.
So it's showing you all of the sold, active, and pending automatically. So you always want to come here and take off the active and take off the pending. So we will just want to use sold properties.
All comps must be sold, not listed, sold. If they're not sold, you can't use them.
Okay, and I usually do this as well. I'll come to the house type. I just want to compare a single family house to a single family house, or if it's a condo or a
Yes,
townhouse or
perfect.
whatever that is.
Now, you don't have to guess whether it's a house or a townhouse.
Correct. So now we got all these properties here that are within a mile
Okay.
to use.
And can you blow that up?
Let me see.
I can't see it. I might not see it after you blow it up.
Okay.
How come there's only 2 comps on there?
Well, there's more. You just got to scroll down here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we don't see any major dividers such as a highway, a main highway or water or whatever. So everything you're looking at there are comps. And as you can see, they're very close together. 3 main things when you create an ERV is they have to be similar in size. They have to be close, nearby as you can get them. And it has to be a recent sale, which in today's economy is, I don't know, maybe 6 months or so out. So now let's take a look at the comps and we'll show you how you get R.
So I'll usually scroll over and get to the square feet, price per square foot it's sold for.
All right,
Here.
what's the square footage of his house?
1151.
Wait a
here.
minute, has he even told us what he thinks it's worth yet?
I don't know.
Come on, dang, has he done it yet, Nick? What do you say?
He thinks 460. Oh, he says 459.9.
460, okay.
460, okay.
Dang, there ain't no such thing as 459. Hey, it's 460. All right,
So I can organize these from the ones that sold for the most to the least. So I'll do that here.
how many square foot's the subject?
1151.
Okay, so it's 1151.
Yep.
And so your first thing you're going to do is go over there and find the ones that are closest in square footage, right?
Well, I know already that they're between 900 and 1500. So I know that
Okay.
every house in there is going to fit my.
Every house in there will work
Correct.
as a comp.
Yep.
Now, you made a point a while ago, guys and gals, what's worth more? 1,500 square foot 4-bedroom or a 1,500 square foot 3-bedroom? Answer is they're the same. Houses are valued by their square footage, not by how many bedrooms they have. All right, so obviously a 4 is probably a little easier to sell than the 3. And I'm a little leery of 2-bedrooms, even though I've had probably hundreds of them. They are harder to sell than a 3 and a 4.
Yep.
Okay, so now you're looking for the highest dollars per square foot in that whole group, right?
Yep. So
Okay.
it's already listed from the most to the least. I just click
Okay.
here. I could do that.
All right.
So we got a 338. Got
Well,
a 330.
What's that? I want the dollars per square foot.
Yeah, $338 per square
Oh,
foot.
jeez.
Yeah.
All right, that's high for our
Yeah.
area.
Yep.
All right, 330, and what's the next one down?
313,
313, what's the next one down?
305,
305,
302,
okay?
302, 292.
All right, so we got plenty of evidence to say is it's as high as 330 per square foot,
Correct.
but I'm not going to take that top one when most of them are a little less than that. What's the
Yep.
next one down?
313.
313. Okay, I'm going to use the 313.
Yep.
And we use 2 comps, 2 comps that are real comps. And if I was to use the 330, I would probably want to see another one right very near that same
Close-
number to
close
use
enough.
it.
Yeah.
And that 330 house might have a pool. I don't know. We don't see that
Yeah.
on here or something to make it more
Just
valuable.
a quick thing. If you did want to pull it up there, you could always click this little thing here and it pulls it up directly to the Zillow or the page here. And you can go to Zillow and it'll take you directly to that house. Just so if you wanted to go that far and
With
see
pictures.
exactly what pictures if
What-
there is on
to this
Zillow. or
very
whatever.
day.
Yeah.
We go to Zillow to get photos of the house online.
Yep.
That's good. It's built right into the
Yep.
system. I didn't know that.
Yep. So you
All right,
can
it's a
just
good
pull it
looking
up there.
house.
Yep.
All right. So let's go back and figure out what it's worth. Let's call it 315 a foot
Okay.
times how many feet again? 11.
1151.
All right. Let's see what that comes out to.
Okay, so
I
we
got-
had 315.
Well, that, if you check it on there, it'll do the comps for you, won't it? I
It
mean,
won't calculate. It'll
and
give
the
you
math?
the average per square foot, but it won't give you the actual. So
average, forget the average, folks.
yeah,
How do you
yeah.
get an average? The highest and the lowest? No way. We're going to be near the highest. I want the top 2 highest comps on there, assuming they are somewhere close together. And this
Yeah.
one's a little bit too far apart. So, I'm going to be a little.
You could do this, right? You could this 338 here. You could
Yeah.
just hit the red one. It'll remove it from your list. So I can thumbs up this one, thumbs up those top
Okay.
2. So 313, 305 gives me an average of 309 a foot, right there, based on those 2.
But I got several higher than that.
You just had that one at 338 was the highest. The
Hmm.
next one was 313.
So you're going to use what?
309 based on the
That's-
313 and 305.
That's pretty conservative to me.
Okay.
So what do we want to use here? Well, that's going to tell us what it's worth. What does it say?
Yeah. You have to kind of do a little math here. 309 times 1151, which is our subject, 355.
Wow. Dang, you're way off there, man. 355?
355.
Okay. I don't have any reason to believe that that's not what it's worth, do
Yeah.
you?
No.
All right. Sorry, dang, you just lost 100 grand. Now, if you doubt the value there, you can go check Zillow. I hate Zillow for comps. This one's 10 times better than Zillow. And remember, I don't care what site you're on, folks. If it's sold for that, it's sold for that. Doesn't matter what site that it's on. But that doesn't mean that all the comps that are available in that whole area are showing on here. I don't know. What we're seeing is pretty accurate, I think.
Yeah. Another option too, if you wanted to kind of go by the location, maybe you thought, maybe you know the area really well and you think that's the different part. You could always come here and select these ones that are closest to your subject and kind of pick the ones that kind of are higher, and then it'll check them for you here and give you that
remember,
same thing, whatever.
They're probably a lot more square footage as well.
Well, all these are only houses between 900 and 1500. So it's already set to be within our
Yeah,
parameter.
but there's a big difference between a 1500 and 1100.
Oh, got it. Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, you can adjust those numbers if you wanted to just, okay, I want only properties from 900 to 1300, for example. You could do that and it would eliminate a lot of them. And then,
So dang, if you think it's really worth in the mid 4s, go find some comps to prove it. Because if you can't, it's not.
yeah.
All right.
There's a newer feature on there too, Adel. I don't know if you have seen this, but on the if you download the report, it does the calculation for you.
What's that?
Oh, really? I didn't know it did the calculation for you. So
Yeah,
I pick these 2 and I do the download here, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I pulled this report. It's actually a pretty cool report. Let me see. It's loading. There it is. So it'll pull up this comp report for you. You got your subject here, and then it'll give you the comps that you picked kind of side by side here to compare the baths, the stories, square footage, the lot size. So it kind of gives you an in-depth.
Just like the appraiser does.
Yep. And when you said where was the calculation at?
Up
Nick?
at the top where it says the estimated value, that one is that's the average of your comps. The base or the average of your comps based on the square footage.
Oh, this one right here?
Yep.
Oh, cool. I did not know
So
that was it.
that was one on the 2 new comps you picked,
Yeah.
not the original
But
ones. But
we don't want average.
no. So it's not the average of what they sold for. It's exactly how we calculate. So you pick the 2.
Oh, by the square foot. I
Yeah.
got you.
Now he went back in there and he picked some two
Yeah, I
two
picked
other
some
ones,
other
but
ones that were not it. But yeah,
he
I
went back
gotcha.
to the
Okay.
original ones. So that's
And
what it would come out to.
Some traps you guys want to avoid. Again, houses are valued by the dollars per square foot, not the bedrooms. Now, an extra bath raises a little bit on the price, not that much to tell you. And if it's got a pool, believe it or not, if it's got a pool in its excellent shape, they're going to give you less value for it than it costs to build the pool. Since we don't know all of that, my theory is, it's been tested over time, the top 2 comps we know were in excellent shape when they sold. And again, we eliminated the top one because it's quite a bit dollars per square foot, as several of them that were right there in that group. All right. So you guys come see me in my quick start school, and we're going to go through this again and again until you get it. Better yet, come see me also in my upcoming December implementation power days, and we're going to do this on your house where you live.
Yep.
And we're going to, and we're also going to have it on your laptop before you leave your mailing list. You can pick them while you're here. In fact, you can not only pick them while you're here, you can actually pay for them and get them to work on it while you're here if you want to. So bring money. Bring money and bring laptop as well, because honestly, you sit here without a laptop and I think you're pretty much wasting your time here.
Agreed.
So our goal is to get this stuff on your laptop before you leave. And if you don't have a laptop, Best Buy is open.
Yeah, should have one. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So that's how we do the find the comps here, and you can do that for any property in any area with any package that you have. Whether you have a 99 or the 697, you'll have this feature in there.
All right. What else we got to go to? You didn't show them how to skip trace, did you?
I didn't actually physically do it. No, I mean I can pull up one that I've done before, like a file. You just want to see the file?
10 cents a name now.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find one here that I've.
And incidentally, I'll make a point. Look, there are systems out there that'll skip trace for 5 cents a name, 6 cents a name. Don't even think about you want it all in one system, all right here in one system. Don't go piecemeal it here and piecemeal it there. You don't actually have to go out and buy any service that isn't already delivered to you in the systems that we have set up for you. And it starts with Pat Live to take inbound calls, and also have a website to take all the online traffic to go and give you the same information as the Pat Live is asking for to send to your VA. They do the calling for you. They do all the grunt work for you. Now you get the PI sheet, you sit down and you make a few phone calls a week on properties that you already have the information for. Make those few phone calls using my script, my closing script, as I showed you yesterday, and determine who's in or out. Therefore, you have very little time invested in your business up to the point where you get a contract signed. And in the beginning, certainly you're going to spend more time because you're going to be playing around on this thing, picking some lists that you want to mail to. But once you get that figured out, that's the list you want to continue mailing to while you're trying to find out another list that will beat that results on that one.
Yep.
So in other words, we test small and then we roll out big. So when you see it works, that's when you do more mailing. But you know, to put 10 pieces in the mail is a waste of money, frankly. You got to give it a chance to actually succeed. All right, what are we looking at
This
now?
is what a skip trace file will look like.
Okay.
You get the first name, the last name, you get the mailing. This is the mailing address here. This would be the property address that you were trying to skip trace here. It'll give you, like, you got phone number 1, phone number 2, phone number 3, goes all the way across here. Again, some have 0, some have up to 10. Typically, the first 2 phone numbers, there's an 88% chance that that's going to be the right number.
Mhm.
So I typically don't go past number 3. I do typically go with 3, but I don't go past that if I'm calling. And then it got some email addresses here. Here, email 1, email 2, some relative information. So I mean, it gives you more than enough information to start somewhere to contact this person.
If the house is vacant, is it going to give me the address where they're currently living,
Correct.
or where it thinks they're currently living?
Correct. Yeah, you got
All
the mailing address here, and you got the property address here.
Therefore, you're still going to get a few returns.
Yeah.
But they won't be very many because you whacked all of the addresses that you're mailing to vacant houses, and they give you the address of the house to mail to. You know that's can't be correct.
Yeah. And if you can't find it on here for some reason, you can always check the property appraiser. Sometimes their mailing address is on there if you want to go that far.
Oh, you got more than you can do right here.
Yeah. This is
Okay.
enough here. If it's not on
So-
here, I usually move on, honestly.
So how do I take that list and make sure they only mail to the good ones that I found with a good mailing address?
That one you'd have to kind of go through here and kind of, I mean, your VA could go through here and just kind of delete the ones that match. So this one
Well, can't
here,
you tell it to do the same?
not through a skip trace, because it's just skip tracing the file that you give it. No,
I bet there's a way.
I usually upload this thing into ChatGPT and it does it for me. I don't even mess with it. I just
ChatGPT does.
Oh yeah, I talk to that thing does anything I want. Right? So I'll upload this list and I'll say, hey, give me X, Y, and Z or whatever phone numbers or whatever, and within 30 seconds it uploads the.
ChatGPT
yeah.
is the AI app. It is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But it won't produce a list last time I looked at it.
No, it won't produce it, but I can upload this file and clean it up for me. Like you said, you just want to see
Oh.
the addresses that you want
I
to see
got
or the phone numbers you want to
In other
see.
words, show me all of the names on here that have an address where the seller lives.
Correct. It's give me I only want to see the addresses that have a different mailing address than property address.
Okay.
For example, would be a prompt you could give to it, and it would clean up this file for you and for only so you could see those.
So for the single people, can I go in there and say, give me a list of all potential mates that,
It would
in my
give you
city?
some criteria. It would give you criteria where to look. I don't know if it would give you the exact names.
That's pretty cool, actually. AI.
Yep. I've literally learned through how to run ads through ChatGPT. That's how the majority of my stuff was done, just learning through it. So I advise everyone to use, that's your free assistant that can do a lot of admin stuff for you as well. That your VA necessarily, sometimes they can't do. So, or you just need it as an assistant to talk to. I brainstorm with that thing all the time.
Yeah.
I have an idea that I want to do. What do you think about this? And it goes into detail with pros and cons of what I'm thinking. So,
It's amazing.
Anyways, yeah, I could go all day on that thing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All right. So what is next?
All right. I would say.
Oh, that contractor
Yep.
thing that computes the
Cost
of repair.
repair estimator here. So let's do this one. I think it's.
Now, just between you and me, I would not trust this thing as repair estimator until I've convinced myself that it's pretty close to what I think the repairs are, the way you're taught to do it at Quick Start School. You can't just go online and figure out what the repairs are going to be.
Okay.
But it gives you some kind of, it's good for you thinker brains when you're looking for something to do to kill time.
So you have your house you wanted, and you say, hey, I'm going to rehab it, I'm going to wholesale it, or whatever. So you can go through item by item. Does it need a roof? If it needs a roof, is it architectural shingle? Is it a rollover? What kind of roof or patch and repair? Say you need a full roof. It's 1,642 square feet. I've already entered in $9 because that's what we use
Per square foot.
per square foot to calculate the price of a roof. So you can change those numbers. And
I just paid 15.8, I think, for a roof on a 2,000 square foot house. So 2,000 times 9 is 18,000. So by the way, I got one estimate for 24,000,
okay.
and I got it fixed for 15.6.
Yeah. Wow. That's a
Kind of
big
stuff
difference.
you're going to learn when
Yeah.
you come to Papa. Don't
Yeah.
let contractors take advantage of you.
Yeah, they will
All right.
do that.
So I just plug in everything the house needs.
Yeah, we got gutters, you got masonry, you got
Okay,
painting if you want to
what-
paint.
What did it say about roof?
The roof for almost 15,000,
And what square footage?
1642.
All right, so it's 9 times 1642.
Yeah, that's right there, 14,778. You can change that unit cost there to put the 9 there, and it'll calculate based off the square.
$9 a square foot for a roof should be more than it costs.
Correct.
But then it depends on what the roof looks like.
Yeah.
Like my home, I got gables here and gables there and roof over the carport kind of stuff.
Mm.
And obviously that kind of roof's going to cost, you're going to hit $9 plus on a roof like that. But see, as the square footage goes up, you automatically adjusted it with that formula that I actually learned from a roofer. Square footage of the house, floor space times 9. It's remarkable how close that is. And roofs are going up. They've been going up, way up. By the way, I just installed a 2-car garage door as well on the house behind me where my daughter lives. And that thing cost me $2,400, 2-car garage door, but they had to replace the frame and everything as well. So next boot camp, I'm upping what it costs to put garage doors on. And believe me, I got 3 estimates.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I
Gosh.
keep up with this stuff from all the crap that I have to fix on my stuff.
Yep. And you can just go item by item. For example, painting exterior. We know that it's $2.50 per square foot to paint a house. So it'll calculate that for you because I put the $2.50 in there.
Okay.
It has everything in here: kitchen, landscape,
All right. Needs a kitchen. You put that in there?
kitchen. Okay. Do we want to do a whole kitchen or
Yes.
just okay?
Whole kitchen.
High end,
Wait a minute.
median, low end.
I want to see what the whole kitchen costs on that house.
Yeah. Do you want a high end kitchen? Median,
No, low end.
low end. Okay. Low end says 9,775. Cabinets and countertops.
Okay. What size is the house again?
1642.
If you spend 9,000 on that kitchen, I want the job. Actually, that's not that far off when you think about it, because on my model of 1,200, that kitchen cost about 6,000.
Yeah.
But that house has more than one line of cabinets
Correct.
and more countertops maybe that's not very far off on
Yeah.
that size house.
Yeah, what Jenna said was some of them are going to be off a little high, some of them are going to
Of
probably be
course.
a little low, but the average, she said, it usually comes pretty close.
Okay.
So
Well, the more I read this thing, the more I'm learning to trust it.
yeah,
Okay.
I got bathrooms here. If you wanted a large master bath or a full bath, replace everything. 3,500
For what?
Well, this is a half bath, replace everything. 30.
What's everything,
34.50. Yeah, I guess
One full and one half?
it says half bath, replace everything. I guess it's just talking about the vanity, the floor.
Half bath, replace everything.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding
Yeah,
me.
but if you didn't like that, they do it by item as well. So like a vanity mirror.
That'd be interesting. I mean, what's a toilet cost, guys? $150.
Here it has
What's a
230.
sinking cabinet cost? $150.
Yeah,
But this is, what's a tub cost? $400. Well, actually, that probably includes the painting and the flooring and everything, doesn't it?
yeah, it has prices here. Like a vanity cabinet has it for 805. It's a bit much. Vanity mirror 86.
What's
sink,
805?
A vanity cabinet.
One cabinet?
Vanity for the bathroom. For the
My
bathroom.
God, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. One cabinet,
That's what it said,
$805.
vanity cabinet.
Let me tell you, my 1,200 square foot model, all the cabinets are less than $1,000 combined.
Yeah.
All right. We're renovating this to sell. We're not renovating it to be, the coolest house in town.
Yeah.
$805 for one cabinet.
So you can go through each one of those. It's just a cool feature to have.
And now
To get a number on it.
Now
at
I'm
least.
losing faith in it again.
Again, some are way off, and you're going to have to adjust them based
Yeah.
on what what you're seeing. So it's a cool feature to have, especially if you're doing a rehab.
Yeah,
You
it
should
is.
go through pretty
Especially
with a
for-
fine tooth comb like this.
especially
So
for a beginner that
Yes.
has no idea.
Yeah.
But you get to my boot camp, and I'll tell you what this stuff really costs, and I'll prove it to you while you sit there. And then you'll know when it's off like that. I mean, $800 for one cabinet, boom, my alert bells
you
go
can
off,
change it. Yep.
and that's because that has to be changed.
Yep. So you got that, and I do want to touch base also on one thing here, like a deal. Just deal analyzer, I think.
By the way, if you guys are going to be in my quick start school, and then you want to go renovate a house, I also want to see the repair estimates you get from your contractor before you hire them. I'm going to save you more than it costs to go to the boot camp just on that thing alone.
That is true.
I promise you.
Yep. So this thing is loading up here, and it's a. Sorry, I thought it was coming up.
Okay. So we got repair estimate.
Yep.
We got skip tracing. We got we got mailing lists. We're about halfway there. What else does this thing do?
This thing here, right? It pulls up. So if you were actually doing a rehab and borrowing money from a private lender, it can go in here. So this is actually a property that I put in Tina Lane, 1574. The after repair value 315. Estimated repair cost. It's an actual repair cost that we got from a contractor. It was 45,500 for the house.
Which was too much.
It was. Yep. We purchased it for 190. So it goes into property taxes, if there's any HOA fees, the insurance costs, utility costs. So these are all the holding costs that you don't see on TV and those TV shows that are showing you how much they're really making.
Right. That's good. That's
Yep.
good. That's on there.
Yep.
By the way, we own that house on Tina Lane, and well, man, we must have had it for what, 2 months already?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Now, so why hasn't it sold?
You want the truth?
Yeah, I know the truth. 'Cause the answer is I told him to go out and get 280 as is.
Yeah.
We're looking for a owner occupant couple doing what we call wholetailing. We selling it for 280. It's worth 315. Needs 46 in work. But that was number one, overpriced, and number two, that what we had to do. So an owner occupant couple that buys the house is going to get a big discount. But they go do the work themselves. They ain't going to do a fraction of the kind of work that I'd have to do to renovate the thing. And all they got to do is buy the materials and a case of Budweiser for all their buddies to come over and fix it. And we haven't got a hit on that one yet, and that's why we still got it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
We started out at 250, didn't we, for investors?
We did, yeah.
Now, if you're an investor, would you pay 250 plus 45 in work, but it's only worth 315?
If you would,
I was
put your
looking for the
email in
greater
chat.
fool so far. One ain't
Yeah,
one ain't awry.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's one I actually bought and closed on.
Yeah.
So
it's a nice house in a good neighborhood. So,
we're going to wholesale it. What do you think we're really going to get out of it?
I think we get 220 out of it, 225. I think that's probably the number.
Okay, so 235, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, we can always come down.
Yeah.
I bought the house. I paid for it. The rush is not on. Okay.
Yeah.
Although every month that goes by is a month worth of taxes I'm going to have to pay when I
Yeah.
sell the house, and insurance and so forth.
Um,
It'll go. It's in a great neighborhood.
Yeah, no, I think we just painted it and
Yeah,
did some
just-
other stuff. So
It's just that the owner of the house is greedy. That's the only problem. I learned that a long time ago. You can always come down.
yeah,
I ain't gonna be able to go up.
go up. Yes, sir. But yeah, this is again the holding cost, and it even goes into the closing costs, buying transaction costs,
Yeah.
selling with the realtors, and if you have any payments for private lending and how many points and the interest and all
Perfect.
that. So to give you a really good estimated net profit and cash on ROI here with all the numbers. So that's a tool you'll need if you're going to rehab for sure.
Did you do Teen Lane yet?
This is it right here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You probably got it completely filled in?
For the most part, I mean, maybe the taxes have gone up since then or whatever, but
Nah. No,
yeah.
they haven't.
So we have estimated profit of 54 based off of 315 sold price, and that's with his 45K rehab on it.
Shoot, we could have been done with it by now.
Yes, sir.
I don't really care.
Yeah.
All right, listen. According to that, I get net 54 grand
Yeah,
on it,
yeah.
which ain't never gonna happen
Correct.
because Murphy jumps in all of them.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. I wholesale it for 240. I'm gonna net 50 grand on it. Which one do you prefer? Okay, that's not a hard decision for me.
Easy.
And we don't have to touch it. We don't hire a contractor. Don't have to come up with money. Don't have to count on Murphy or any of that crap. In this market where we can wholesale it for so much money, it's here's what it amounts to. I want $100,000 spread between the ARV minus the repair cost and the purchase price. I want $100,000 spread, and with that, since we listed with the realtor and all that, we probably would only net 50 grand.
Yep.
Believe it or not. So, be careful. Don't try to get your numbers off of television because they don't show you all that stuff in the middle.
I was
we
I was
do it at the
shocked
boot
our
camp.
first rehab that we did,
Yeah.
and I saw the closing state. I already cashed it. I was about to make so much money, and I got
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I was like, oh God, that's
Yeah.
these realtors make a lot of money too.
Yeah, sometimes more than we do.
Yes, yeah. Okay, the one other thing I like to touch base on is just the CRM portion of it. Just it's a really simple CRM, but it's everything that you need because a lot of people I find as I've been mentoring now, the thing that stops people from getting deals is the expectation of like, oh, we talked one time, they weren't interested, or we couldn't agree on a number. Let me trash the lead, and that's completely the wrong way to go about it. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What he just said was you can't think for the seller. You can't assume anything. And you can't expect them to really know what they want sometimes, most of the time, actually. And I'm going to keep telling you this until you actually prove it to yourself. You don't do sequential mailing, you're going to lose a ton of deals. You hit them when they're ready. It's all about the timing. All sellers and buyers' minds change with time and circumstance. And the longer they have that house on the market, the more likely that's going to be. I mean, come on, ain't the same thing for you? That's common sense, really.
Yep. And like a conversation this morning I had with a lead, he had a condo out in Ponte Vedra. He had it on the market, didn't sell. At the time he put it in July, he had 6 months. He's moving to Belize, him and his wife.
Mhm.
So now he's coming up on a time crunch. He told me himself, now I'm at a point where I'm on a time crunch. I gave him the script. He didn't want to do the terms. He said he had a cash buyer at 245. I have the ARV at 260. So I know I don't fight with them. I don't argue and tell them anything. Yes, sir. Hey, that's great. Take your offer. That's a great offer. You should accept that.
Yes.
It's literally what I tell them.
Yeah.
But I know the back of my mind,
Yeah.
if you didn't sell on the market, some investor came and wow, what a miracle, and gave you almost what it's worth.
He doesn't have a cash offer.
Correct. Yeah.
He has somebody saying they'll do something. And
Correct.
believe me, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
No investor is going to pay $245 cash for a
Correct.
thing that's only worth $260,
260,
especially
yeah.
a condo with
Yeah.
dues. They just ain't going to do it.
$400 a month.
In fact,
dues,
Kathy
yeah.
had an offer too
Yeah,
on
of
our
course,
last house.
yeah.
She thought she had it sold, and only after that did she contact Adel.
Yep. So that guy, some people may trash that and say, well, he already has a contract. Hell no. I'm going to call him in 3 weeks or maybe
less.
under that, less than 2
Yeah.
weeks from now. I put in a reminder through here. So I set my task. So I don't have to think about it. 2 weeks, I'm going to log in here. I'm going to get my task. I'm going to see, I got a call. I forget his name, Mike, I think it was. And I'm going to call him back. I'm going to have that same conversation. Hey, Mike, this is Alex. We had a good call. Hey, I know you were moving to Belize. How you were on a contract? How'd it go? Did you close? If he did, congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm honestly happy for him.
Yeah,
honestly.
whack him. Yeah. Throw in the track.
And if not, then I'm sitting there waiting with my offer of, hey, I can give you the 245 still, but it's going to be
on terms.
Yeah. Right. So
maybe.
that's how they happen.
Contingent upon me looking at the property.
Correct. All those things. Yes.
Which mean you ain't getting 245.
Correct.
Now, what he just said to you was make sure you have a follow-up system, which is right here in front of you, and let nature take its course. And if, in fact, you don't ever get them contacting you back after you try to reach them, okay, you did what you, how much is it going to cost to send 6 emails? How much is it going to cost to send, actually more than 6 emails? It's 6 postcards or postcards. Very inexpensive, especially when you're dealing with small lists like that's the beauty of this thing. We can narrow down that list, save a lot of money and mail cost.
Yeah.
Because for all these years, I've been having to pay the price of the mail and somebody to mail them and then stamp them and address them and all that crap. I mean, like I said, I wish I'd had this thing a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I think you're beginning to see why this very well could be your main source of lead generating mechanism. In fact, it should be, other than paid Facebook ads as well.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Your paid Facebook ad. Okay. He learned how to post paid ads on Facebook. And there's a lot of companies out there that will charge you very good money, very high prices just to run paid ads on Facebook. Now, I'm not telling you they don't know more than you, because they certainly do. Yeah. And they'll probably get better results than you. But you're paying somebody $10,000 a month plus the cost of the ads. Think of how many ads you can buy for $10,000.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of tricks to running those online ads. I understand that.
Yeah. I actually took it a step further. I have a call early next week with Facebook itself to show me how to refine my ads. I mean, they want my ads to work so we can keep spending money with them. So take advantage of these free calls and these free resources. They can set everything up for me and show me how to maximize it for free.
He's going to teach you how to do that.
Yeah.
When I see you in this 2-day thing coming up here as well. What about Google?
I can start looking into Google. I've honestly been on the Facebook side of it, but I can start going into Instagram and Google and stuff like
some people tell me they get better results on Google than they do on Facebook.
I would believe that.
Because they're searching for something on Google. Yeah. And then what about LinkedIn?
Yeah. I can slowly start working to all of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we got ads on YouTube, don't we?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we always have some free stuff. Yeah.
You're going to make your own commercial to go on YouTube while you're here as well. In fact, you'll be on YouTube before you leave here if you come prepared.
And I'll also show you how to automate the social media process. I'd say automate 95% automation on social media. Like you don't have to even do anything.
All right. Show me on here. Well, we did the sequential mailing. I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, I'll think of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, but this is just touch base on the CRM. Make sure after every call, every lead has a home, right? Whether that home is, say, it's a dead lead, whether it's a follow up, or whether it's an urgent. Or, hey, I'm a 911.
Okay, now I know what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Show me how I set up the time between each mail piece here. Oh, we already did that.
Yeah, we did the mailing. Yeah. The sequential.
All right, now let's forget the mail piece.
Okay.
I want to use the CRM to remind me of tasks that I got to do later.
Yeah. Okay. So we talked to this guy, talked to Mike. Hey, he's under contract, right? Whatever they're saying. I'm going to save that comment. And I would even save something like for the guy I talked to this morning. Hey, he's moving to Belize at the end of the year. So when I have something to bring up to him in the next call, so it's more, so it goes from a stranger to my goal is to transition to an acquaintance or maybe even a friend, right?
I had to start the call with something like, hey, Mike, I see you're in Belize. How do you like it?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Did you buy one next door so I can come down there?
Yeah. Something like that, right?
Conversation. People love that.
And
now, you're putting your message on there. Now, I want to call Mike in 30 days.
Okay. So I'm going to go to task here.
Yeah.
So on task, I'm going to say follow up. Okay, and then put the date. So I'm going to go to next Saturday or just a month from now or whenever you want. Type. We're going to call them. Priorities high. Save. Boom. That's all I got to do.
And then it'll pop up the PI sheet.
Yeah. Well, it'll pop up the information here, so you can have all. This is basically the PI sheet.
So you don't have to type it all in again.
No. It's all going to be saved here. It's under one lead. All the notes you put, everything you put is always going to be attached. You can even put a contract. When you get a contract, upload the contract here, so you have it.
So a month from now, it's going to automatically tell me to call Mike.
Yep. When you're going to go to your task for the day, appear in this little
So
bell.
you just told me that I can set it and forget it.
Correct.
In other words, I don't need a memory to do this either.
Nope.
Okay.
Yep. I wouldn't know what to do every day without this. Like I have to log in here to tell me who to call. I have no idea who I talked to.
That's why
morning.
that's how most people operate. They
Yeah.
operate in a fog all the time and don't keep their promises because they have nothing to trigger them when
Correct.
to keep them.
Correct.
They just assume they're going to remember it, which is stupid to assume.
Yeah.
Now, especially the older you get. So in other words, this makes you keep your promises and it holds others accountable to you to keep their promises. If you contact with him, you put it right in here. Has John Contractor called me, sent me the bid that he promised by today at 4:00.
Yep.
So you can set it and forget it. Critical.
Yeah.
In fact, I would say that's one of your biggest keys to success is letting the system tell you instead of you trying to remember anything. All right. So
And you could do it on the seller, on the tenant buyer side too. Because for this house,
Yeah, of
I've
course.
done a really poor job in the past of collecting data from our tenant buyers and doing the follow-up. And this time I said, why am I not treating the tenant buyer like I am a lead? They reached out to me interested. I should be calling them daily, sending them messages daily, putting tasks to call them and get them on the phone to see if this is something they're serious about, right?
well, I assume you haven't talked to them yet.
Correct. They've entered their information on
I see.
Facebook and they didn't, I'm just trying to reach them. But previously I would just kind of call one or two times, leave a voicemail, but I'm testing this to see if I really hound them, hopefully we can find somebody. There's more of a chance of me finding somebody by calling than waiting. So
Absolutely.
so
And actually
yeah.
texting
Yeah,
is
and
even
texting, yeah.
better than calling
Yeah, texting and emailing.
because everybody reads their text. That's the only media they take to bed with them. And more people are not picking up the phone on a number
Correct.
they don't recognize.
Yep.
And I know you all know what we're talking about. You
Yep.
do the same thing. All right. So we got to reach them in multimedia, let them respond. That's, I've always been taught when I'm giving them ways to get in touch with me, I got to give them several. And they're going to respond the way they want to respond, not necessarily the way you'd like them to. But
Yep.
just keep this in mind. If you're going to buy a house, sooner or later, you're going to have to talk to the seller. And the faster you can do that, the faster you can cut to the crap and get through this thing. And they're either in or out.
Yep.
So I want them to call. I want them to call Pat live. However, we also give them a way to reach us on text and maybe a DM, whatever.
Yep.
And let them decide. And that'll start the process. But I want to get them on the phone as soon as I can. I would ask for their phone number, and I'll call you and we'll have a chat. Okay, I just had another brilliant idea, but
Went away.
talking just erased it.
Another cool feature here while you're thinking about it is the email responder. So you can set this any lead up for sequential email drops. As long as you get their email, that'll just basically be auto responders. Yeah, let's do sellers. It'll be kind of drips like nice after you talk with them. Nice to speak with you. Quick and easy minor repairs. Just kind of you can customize these emails too. Have you sold your house yet? Do you need to sell your house? Can we help? Don't forget to whatever messaging you want to give to them, and you can set them up and drip on them consistently without you having to physically manually having to send emails. So that's another cool
Have
feature.
you put my follow-up letter from the boot camp manual in there yet?
Yes, sir. No, I haven't.
Don't lie to me.
No.
Okay, listen. You know what letter I'm talking about, right?
No, sir. Yeah.
You want me to tell you what page number's on here? I got
Yeah,
the
let me
book
get
right
this.
here. I'm sure glad you guys could help me get this guy straight here. You keep talking. I'll see if I can.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you can set these up here, the auto responders. That's a cool feature. Another thing I touch base here is a knowledge base. I use this all the time. If there's anything you don't know about this system, what something means, just Google, just search it here through the platform. Let's say skip. If you don't know what a skip trace is or lead trace or whatever, you can put.
I ain't gonna do this.
Nah, that's okay. Yeah.
So listen,
I'll
I got
get it.
2 letters in the boot camp manual. One of them is if you did not talk to them, and the other one is if you did talk to them, but they said they didn't want to do terms.
Oh, gotcha.
And then it gives them all the reasons why they might
Yeah.
want to consider it in writing, so that they ain't
I
gonna
do
delete
have
it.
the email set, but I didn't. I can find that copy in there and do it.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing they keep. for later use.
Yeah,
They also keep those door hangers. They make good book
they do. Yeah.
dividers. So you want to get inside the house as much as you can.
Yep.
An old marketing axiom. Get inside the house as many ways as you can.
Gotcha.
And you'll be there when they're ready.
So yeah, just right there, that knowledge base there, you can come here and it'll answer any questions you have regarding this. Literally anything you can ask that thing. So that's another cool. And if you, for whatever reason you couldn't find your answer, there is a phone number here, support, email that you can also reach out to. But I would recommend you could probably find that knowledge base there.
All right. Is there anything else we need to discuss on here? Because I know we ain't got it all.
Yeah. No, I'm sure I've missed some,
All right.
but this
Guys,
is
you should know that mentoring and masters, past and present, are eligible. Going to call with him every Thursday at 2 p.m. and going over some of this as part of that call, in addition to your deals and your questions and also the company says they're going to set up a training once a week here, but I don't know when they're going to actually start that. So I'm going to say it again, you old geezers. You don't have to remember all this crap. You just need to know what it'll do for you. That's all. Just what will it do for me? And then you'll know what to delegate to the VAs. And that's exactly the way I want to see you do it. Because the more time you spend playing around on this, less time you're going to spend making offers.
Yep.
And you got to have, I see a lot of new people making the same mistake. They generate some leads. They can't get it to a conclusion. They don't know how to get rid of it when it's dead. And the next thing you know, they're spending all your time trying to make that one lead into a deal where obviously I can look at, any trained real estate investor can look at it quickly and see it's a waste of time. That means you need a whole bunch of leads coming at you, a whole bunch of prospects, so that some of them will actually get to a conclusion. Don't let one deal take up all your time and kill your hopes when it doesn't actually work out.
Yep.
You need to have so many leads coming in and so many deals working that you ain't got time to worry about any one of them.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
It's a big problem. I get messages. I'm sure you've gotten them in the past. They'll send you, "Hey, I talked to this person. They wouldn't take anything but cash at $275. The ARB is $290. Can you call them and talk to them? What do you want me to do? I mean, I can't convince them. I mean, talk them out of it."
You're saying you can't make chicken salad out of chicken shit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I got a shirt that says that, so you'll know. All right. It might be time to take some questions, Nick. You in there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in here.
All right. I didn't mean to wake you up.
All right. We got a few. Tim says, I have the 297 Dreams AI subscription and can only pick one filter. Is this correct?
No. I tell you what, save that until we go over what's in each of the three choices you have, because that'll get answered for
I
sure.
think what he means is one filter at a
I know
time.
what he means. He's thinking he wants to have the AI. He wants to have the AI decide the qualification of that lead. And in a nutshell, I say, quit worrying about what AI does. Again, you're limited on how many people you can mail to with the AI attached to it. You're not limited to how many people you can mail to if you're not in one through 10 categories there. So let's explain that when they can see what I'm talking about.
All right. Brian says, can you show the skip trace?
Show the what? Skip trace?
Like a file or how it's done, or
I think how it's done.
Actually, he did, didn't he?
I guess I didn't.
Didn't you?
I guess I didn't go through the whole process. I did show the file that is on it. I mean, I can quickly do it. Okay. So you have your leads here, and you're going to click your leads, and then let's just say lead trace here. From here, it's going to take you to the screen. You're going to hit continue. So this part right here means if you've skipped trace an address within the last 12 months, the system's not going to recharge you for that address. And if you want to change it to the last 3 months or 6 months or go as far as 24, you could. So that kind of will save you money there. Hit continue. You got to scroll down all the way through this, hit accept. And then this is it. You're just going to charge your card, the $31. You place order. It will send you an email to your email account, and it will also show up in this here when you get notified.
So then it'll send you another list. It's been cleaned.
It'll send you the skip trace with all the phone numbers. The one I had up before, it'll send you something along the lines of this thing right here.
I'm sure they use AI to do the skip tracing.
I don't know how they get the information, honestly. So yeah, then it'll send you this, and then it's your job from here to clean it up and extract the data of what you want from here.
And you're saying you can load that list on Chat GPT.
Yeah, I can do it now.
Let's see how it compares. Huh?
I can try it now if you
Well,
want.
if that's already working with AI, it
Yeah.
probably won't be much difference. Both AI. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you just upload the file and tell it what you want out of it, right? I mean,
Can I tell them I only want 3 phone numbers max?
yep, that's what I do.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I use it for, is to get mainly the phone numbers and the mailing addresses. So I'll just put something here. I just want to see first name, last name, the address, and the phone numbers 1 through 3.
Okay, let's tell them what we're doing right now that involves Nicholas Nick. Okay, there's this guy that does cold calling. His people hire him to rent lists and simply call them by the thousands to see if they have a house for sale and
Yep.
get a little information. Now, his name is Nicholas Nick. What the heck is this? How do you reach him?
Lead Mining Pro. I know that's his company.
Leadminingpro.com. Now we did a hybrid. Adel pulls the list of 12,000 potential names, and that's not all at once. You can do that in steps.
Yeah.
And then we got Nick to call. First, he skips traces them, and he thinks that'll get him down to 10,000.
Yep.
And so Adel pulled the list based on our area and all those other criteria, and I don't even know what to put in there. But so Nicholas Nick is going to call all of them. He's going to text all of them. He's going to skip trace all of them and get as many out of there as he can.
Yeah.
They're interested in selling their house. So we're putting the hard work on him because that's what he set up to do. But this time we pull our own list instead of letting him pull the list because we don't know what he pulls or where he gets it. And he told us that the list where you did what we just did worked better than the AI 1 through 10 batches. So, one could say, forget the AI 1 through 10 batches because I can see why it's going to work better if you just pull the list based on what the motivation of the seller is.
And Nick uses this platform too, so.
He does?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's great. Now he's costing us $5,000, so it ain't all that rosy, but that's 12,000 names.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll call them all at least what, 2 times or 3 times?
Yeah, I think it's twice. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's 10,000 dials total, right?
Okay.
10,000 out of the 12,000 properties, $10,000, and I think it was like something 5,000 text.
So in other words, he's saying he'll lose 2,000 of the phone numbers when he skips traces.
Or he can't contact them all. Some of them will just never make contact with them. Right?
Well, that's still a dial.
I guess the 12 from the 10 was from the skip tracing. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Let's save 2,000 dials right there.
Yeah.
For him, and actually, it'd probably save closer to 4,000 dials
Correct,
just by
probably.
knocking the list down to accurate numbers. So we don't know how that's going to work yet. Stay tuned.
Getting a lot from the text, but again, I think I've showed you a couple of them. It's a really basic. Would you consider selling? If they say yes, they give you that as a lead.
Yeah.
So,
By the way,
yeah.
obviously,
Yeah.
you don't have to spend $5,000. You just get less names.
Yeah.
So what they do best. We do what we do best.
Yep. I agree.
All right. Any more questions in there, Nick?
Only about 30 more. Let's
Only
see. Andrew
about 30
says,
more.
Well, my God. Go
Did
ahead.
I-
We'll take a few now.
did I just hear Ron's VA will make outbound cold calls to the lists we create in
No.
Dreams Pro?
Our VAs will not make outbound phone call or cold calls at this point to a list. We are thinking about that, but we haven't implemented that yet. And if we ever do that, it's going to have, we're going to have to know that that list is a real qualified list. And you've taken the time to mail to the right kind of sellers instead of us just calling the phone book, which is, obviously the more we call, the bigger your bill is going to get with your VAs as well. So want to screen them as much as you can. And incidentally, there is no lead better than when a seller calls you. Even when you're cold calling a list of people that own a home, you're still chasing them. I would much rather have them chase me. Wouldn't you?
I
Al?
agree.
Like I said before, I want 2 very qualified leads instead of 100 people that I got to chase.
Yep.
All right, next question.
Kevin says, can you set a campaign up with a phone number, and then when someone responds to that campaign, it comes into that campaign's bucket because of that phone number, so you can see the inbound leads?
That's exactly what we do.
Yeah.
That's exactly. You won't be able to tell what that list produced if you don't make sure you can segregate it from the rest of them. And using a different phone number is absolutely the easiest way. And Pat Live will give you, you get a report right on their site, how many calls came through that phone number. Downside is, that could take quite a few phone numbers. Upside is 6 of them are free. And if you add more to that, they're what, $5 a month or something like that?
Yeah, it's real cheap.
That's the kind of stuff you shouldn't even be thinking about. Focus on revenue. We're worrying about this little small cost control thing.
Dreams also lets you, like when you're setting up a campaign, to use a phone number right there, a unique phone number for that campaign, through the setup of the mail.
Good. That's good.
And tracks that all that in Dreams.
And it's the same thing it's going to be when you're selling. Selling is free nowadays because it's all done online, and or though you put a sign out front, so you're going to get some calls from Pat Live, but you're also going to get coming in online. So again, each source should have a different phone number. There, you can clearly distinguish where that lead came from.
Michael says, when I add a list to save, it adds to my total list of saved leads. How do I keep the list separate and not just adding to my total list?
You will just need to save that list through the deal alerts. So, sorry, I'm not on the screen anymore.
Why would I want it?
He's asking. So I create my list. I've added to my leads here at 411 leads. He's saying I added them here already. Now I'm going to create a new list, and if I add them, it's going to add more to that.
That don't stop him from getting to the lists individually to find out how many they were.
Yeah, that's what he's asking. I think.
All it's doing is adding up the total.
So if I wanted to reset this lead here, remove all the leads, but I went back to my saved searches, which I believe are.
You didn't remove our Jacksonville list, did you?
It's already saved. So that's what I think. That's what he's asking.
Yeah.
Is what happens. I just gotta find.
I would think you'd want a total.
I forget where it's at. The saved searches, because I already have them saved. I haven't messed with them, but they'll be under your saved searches, and when you click that, it'll repopulate your list again for you.
Yeah, those are on the dashboard, I think. Your saved searches.
Oh, yes. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so if I wanted to go back to the one we created today, the vacant 3-bedroom bath, I would click there, and it should pull up my list again of 411. See?
Al, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I want to do 2 things,
Okay.
and only 2 things.
Okay.
Would you agree that is mail here and run Facebook ads?
What's the only 2 things you need?
That's the only 2 things I want you to do.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you do?
Yes. Yeah. I do some calling in there with Nicholas Nick, and I do a little bit here and there,
Yeah.
but mainly it's the mail
Yeah.
and through here and the ads on Facebook.
That's paid Facebook ads
Yes,
now. How much
yes.
are we spending a day?
2 campaigns, $20 a day.
2
10 per
campaigns.
each.
What's 2 campaigns mean? What is that?
One is kind of more of a nationwide
Oh, okay.
targeting, and one is more local
right.
Jacksonville area here.
Yeah. Yep. We are actually targeting
Yeah.
houses all over the place because we're in the age of virtual.
Yeah.
We don't have to get on a plane and go see a house. We got to do it all online. That's all.
And just a note on the ads, got to give it some time. I've noticed as I'm going further, I'm getting better houses, right? The algorithm, the system's picking up which houses I like the best. So
As it does with anything you do on
yes. Yeah.
Facebook and Google, right?
Yep.
All right. Next.
All right. So regarding Michael's question, so I think mainly my leads is when you add stuff to my leads, that's what my leads is defined as what you want to do with those leads in this session right now,
Correct.
like what you want to do with them.
Yeah.
It's not like your total leads. You're not constantly adding to your list of leads or anything like that. That's just to work with that batch of leads right now. If you want to send them a mailing, or if you want to add them to your CRM or whatever you want to do with them.
All right.
Debbie says, your skip tracing or mailing, is that amount added to your Gold Club bill?
If I'm doing what?
No.
I don't understand the question.
No, so it bills you separate. It's not part of your Gold Club bill. You'll be billed for the individual things you do, like skip tracing or sending mail,
Right.
separately from your monthly Gold Club bill.
It's not us that's doing that for you. So you'll be paying them directly. fact, you can't even start it till you put a credit card number in there for whatever it is you want to do.
All right. Jerry says, Adel, would you click on distance and explain it?
Distance. What do you mean distance?
This is one of those questions where you got to remember these questions are being read later on out of context. So,
Oh, the R, you mean?
I don't know.
Oh,
I think
So
that's
if
what
you
it
can
means.
rephrase that so it makes sense right now, Jerry, that would be helpful. Dang says, with a $99 level, how limited features or functions okay, we're going to go over that.
In fact, let's do it right now,
in a bit.
Nick.
So you don't want to get to the rest of these questions?
How many you got?
27. We've gotten through 3 to 30 so far.
Oh my God, you got to be kidding me. It's 1 o'clock now. No, let's go over the 3 levels now. Then we'll take a break. And then I got to come back and talk about the rest of the systems. And look, I'll stay here till all your questions are answered. I just don't want to do them right now. We
Okay.
actually have a schedule here. All right. Okay. Can you put up the 3 columns? Because I don't have a copy of them here, I don't think.
Yep.
See
Give me
if they're in
just a
here.
second here.
Yeah, there they are. Okay. You guys should have this same thing emailed to you already.
All right, we're going to put it up on the screen here in just a second.
All right. This is about the best explanation that easy to understand that I've seen yet. Okay, you can have it, take the whole screen if you want. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so Nick, you're going to have to chime in here because there might be some of this stuff that I can't comment on that I don't. Let's see. Got 3 levels. You got 99, 297, and 697. The 99 level includes your Gold Club membership, which I'll touch on after we take the break. That alone is the best bargain in real estate today when you see what's on that Gold Club site. You actually get access to the deal finder. Nick, you want to explain that? Because there must be limitations on that at the $99 level.
Yeah. So, I mean, everything that you see here, all of these things are included on all 3 levels, all the Gold Club benefits, which of course includes the forms and agreements library, the membership site with all of the training on it, Ask Ron, all of that stuff. So the Dreams Deal Finder, this is what Adel's been going through here. And he had kind of alluded to when he opened it up, how many different lead types you can choose from. The $99 level includes these lead types here, which would be
8
sorry,
8 lead types, right?
Yeah. These
Okay.
8
Yep.
lead
And-
types here, which would be absentee owners, active listings, delinquent tax, cash buyers, all equity positions, bankruptcy, private lenders.
Yeah. And it also, you can literally download 10,000 leads a month at the $99 level. And it includes the direct mail engine we just looked at. And, skip tracing now is 10 cents a name, no matter what level you're on. And the comping engine, you can get at the $99 level. Gosh, that's a lot of stuff at the $99 level. And Dreams Daily Alerts, like he just showed you a while ago. And Driving for Dollars app. You better tell them what that is, Nick.
Yeah, that's an app that's used for when you're out on the road. It helps you, like if you're in front of a house or something and you're just interested in it, you can pull it up right there and it'll give you all the same details that you get when you're searching here, except in a nice app format. And you can tell it to add it right to your CRM from there, and you can even trigger a mail piece to go out to them or a sequence of mailings to go just to that one house.
And it'll give you all the details about that house.
Yep. So
Right.
you can decide right then if
Right then
you
and
know,
there.
Yes.
And literally, you can punch a button and mail to that house if you want to. Pretty cool stuff, man.
Yeah, it'll help you. You know, if you're driving by and you see a sign in front of a yard, you're not going to see that on the Dreams platform. Like it doesn't know that someone just walked out. And I mean, it's smart, but it doesn't know that someone walked out and and put a for sale sign in their front yard. So if you're driving by, then you can add that, and that kind of gives you a bit of an edge there because nobody else is seeing that lead.
Okay, so, and also you have to be in the $99 level now to even hire a VA. So make that clear. If you look at this, the 297 level, literally it's the exact same things, except look at the bottom where we add email broadcast. I want to explain that, Nick.
Yeah, this is so you can send out an email to your list of contacts.
In other words, when I'm selling a house, I want to email the whole list of the buyer's list. There's one thing I can think of all at one time, and that allows me to do it. And you don't get a website until you do the 297 level. And I should mention that there's a $500 one-time setup fee the minute you want to hire a VA or the minute you want a website. Is that correct?
Yeah, because you have to, the VA has to build your website for you. After that, you can manage it yourself if you wanted to. I don't recommend it. Just let the VA, make any little changes you want to it.
Yeah.
But once it's set up, you can manage it yourself. It's just the initial build out. It does require a VA to build that for you.
So there's no $500 setup fee on the 99.
There's also no $500 setup fee on the 297 as long as you don't want a website or a VA.
Well, they'd want both, actually. I mean,
I hear you.
I'm
I'm just
concerned,
saying
that's
that
not a,
you can get that level because it does include some other handy tools like the CRM itself and the ability to send out emails. The one-click property websites, you still get those without a VA because that's just one click to where it creates a website, with all your photos and virtual tour and all that kind of stuff on there.
okay, well, tell me what one-click property sales page means.
That's what I just said. It's a website that you can create with one click that has all your pictures, all the information on the house, your virtual tour, Matterport video if you have one of those, and a form there for the person who's interested in it to fill out. And that's all that's on that website. There's not a lot of distractions to take them all kinds of other places on your website.
Yeah.
That's all it is it's kind of a business card, a flyer pretty much for your house that you're selling.
So that's the site you were trained at the boot camp to put your photos and your Matterport video on and the description of the house. And then, what do you do now? That's the place where most of your buyers will go before they even go to the house. And then one AI zip code, actually you can ignore that because that means that you only get one zip code to mail that AI 1 through 10 list to. And that does not mean you can only mail to one zip code. Please make that note physically, not just mentally, because I didn't even understand that myself.
Yeah. So again, just to clarify that, you get nationwide searching capabilities. At this level, we kind of you get to try out the AI zip code if you have like a specific zip code that you want to market into, and you want to get those AI scores on there to only mail, say, the 900 plus, that have an AI score of 900 plus. Then you could try that out and see how that performs versus, one of your other not mailing to those AI scores.
And that brings up a nice point. You got to guard against talking to other people and what they say didn't work does not mean it won't work for you. See that over and over again, nor does it mean it will work for you. Because a lot of it is area specific and you never really know all the details about what they did that didn't work. How many times do you think I've heard, for example, that yellow letter don't work? And every time I take a look at one they did, they screwed it up. They just don't follow instructions. And that's the same thing with everything else. It's easy to say it didn't work, but I'd have to have a detailed description of exactly what you did before I believed anything you told me. For example, we tried Nicholas Nick to call inside Jacksonville and got very poor results. He's the one that told us you get a lot better results on the suburbs because the bigger the city, the more competition. And he's right. We've actually proven that after he said that. The bigger the city, the more lead generation is going to cost you, except on here because the mail costs the same no matter what the size of the city is. So you get all of the 99 inside the 297. And now look at the third column and let me see where it says 17 lead types. That's all of them. The third thing down. 17 lead types. You only get 8 in the 297. And then you can download as many as 15,000 names a month. And frankly, you're not probably never going to use that many names. And now you go down to the bottom and you still get everything. Well, it says you get 5 AI zip codes. Like, I don't care. I can still mail to anybody I want to mail to. But it does give you 5 zip codes to test if you want to. There's one thing I hate about marketing, and that is you're never stop testing. ever. And then look, it includes 20 hours of VA service every month, along with all those other goodies at the top. That's going to be very important to you, because I hope you're going to get your VA to do all the grunt work that you need done to manage your business, and that goes well beyond managing this site. Our VAs actually call sellers for you and fill out the PI sheets. And, well, I'll get into the VAs after the break, but as far as I'm concerned, that's a very important part of your system, because if the VAs don't do all that work, that leaves you, and I'm worried about you doing all that work, because there's always something you want to do instead. Next thing you know, months go by and nothing's happening in your career because you are too worried about the VA cost, which is, by the way, 10 hours is what, $250 if I'm not mistaken?
Correct.
10 hours is $250. So 20 hours is what?
I'm sorry. It's for how many hours? 20 hours?
Yeah.
It is 500.
No, it's less for 20 than it is for 10.
It's the same, Ron.
Huh?
It's the same. If you go up to 40 hours, then you actually get 45 hours for $1,000.
Okay. You get 5 free hours if you buy 40 hours. And deal finder, list stacking, all of that is part of the 697. In other words, you are at the top level of what's available on that dream site. So I know the next question you're going to ask is, well, which one of those should I pick? So then I'm going to ask you, are you ready to do business, or are you still thinking about it? If you're still thinking about it, pick the 99, because you can upgrade anytime you want. You can downgrade anytime you want. And there's no time that you got to, this ain't AT&T. You can quit anytime you want as well. Now, if you're really going to do business, or you're already doing it, honestly, you should pick the 697, because you can buy VA time separately, but got 20 hours of VA service right there you can use, and plus all the other goodies and the maximum power of the Dreams Pro AI system. And if you find out you're not using 20 hours, you can downgrade the following month. You can do the 297. You find out you're using 20 hours or more, you upgrade to the 697 and get the best deal that we have. So what did I miss, Nick?
I think that's one other thing that was different on the top level here is the Deal Finder Premium. Gives you a little bit more flexibility. This is what you saw Adel using, had all of the features, like list stacking, for example, which allows you to put multiple lead types together. So if you wanted to find people who have vacant houses and also those zombie properties, for example, vacant and they live out of town, you can stack, and it really becomes powerful when you can stack those things on top of each other. And then, of course, the additional lead types.
You get twice as many motivated lists with 697 than you do with 297.
Yeah, and those additional lead types are board investors, foreclosures, long-term owner, potentially inherited, pre-foreclosure, vacancy, zombie property, active investor owned, and flipped.
Okay, so you've got the sheet in front of you. I think what you do is you call the number 800-567-6128, discuss it with our staff, and decide where you want to be. Again, you can quit anytime you like. But honestly, I don't know how you're going to conduct a systemized business without what you see in the 697 when you think about cost versus reward. I had a restaurant, so I had 6 of them. My last one, I was spending $300 a month just to get TV. Okay. And I was everything you do, you got charged for it. And it was costing me 60% of every dollar that came in just to run the place. labor and food, and that didn't count all those other costs.
Yeah.
We don't have that in real estate. Such a small, pathetic operating cost. For next $697 a month, you get 20 hours of somebody's time answering, doing everything you want to do. So that's a hell of a deal right there. Anyway, do it today while you're thinking about it. And I think after we take this break, that we ought to give away another $100. What do you think? What do you think, Nick?
Yeah.
Huh? All right. It's 1:15 right now. We're going to come back at 1:35. 1:35. So go grab some lunch, call in and get into the, by the way, I want you to be in the dream system before. In addition, this thing comes with training modules of its own. We forgot about that. So, and they're
I
all
brought it up
labeled.
a little bit here. I showed up a little bit, but
Yeah. So the more you get acquainted with it before you get here, the easier it will become.
Ron, we just had a technical difficulty. We just lost the last 30 seconds of what you were just saying. Sorry.
You did. So we got it back now?
We're good now.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to remind me what I just said. Oh, I know what it was. I want you to get in dreams and get acquainted with it before you come spend 2 days. And then when you leave, you're going to be fully loaded. And you're going to learn a lot of stuff you didn't know before you got here. And you're going to be loaded for bear when you leave. And, same with mentoring. You don't wait till after the boot camp to get a mentor. You get one before so you can start generating leads and get your head in the game. We recommend you try to get one at least 30 days before you arrive. And then that's going to increase the chances big time that we're going to get you a deal while you're here, because you're going to come prepared, bringing better quality leads. And then our team will call them for you and see what we can do. We do deals at every single boot camp, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Every
Yep.
single boot camp. In fact, he'll be out calling names along with one or two other of our mentors that you'll meet at the same time.
I'm excited about this one, the bus tour. My
Yeah,
first one. So
this one in Jacksonville now.
Yeah.
Don't forget, it's the only time you're ever going to get that bus tour. And I'm probably going to still show you some good videos on after repaired houses that Jay, I did this in Jay Connor's city, 2 uglies and 2 pretties, because he's always got that many on hand, and I don't. So I went clear up there to him to take this, to make this video. In fact, I did it 3 times now. Also, put this up there. Can you give me the overhead, John? Because I haven't told masters and mentoring students yet what this IPD stands for. Focus that.
I don't know how to
Hit the focus button.
I don't know which one's supposed
It
to
says
be.
AF.
I guess I have to show you that.
It's teaching me.
Use an electronic machine. Huh?
Okay. All right.
All right. Remember, those are the dates for your next event, 12/13. The next one's not till February. Masters, I'm going to let you come to that event for $500 per couple. Just the December event only. And people in mentoring down there at the bottom, you can come for $1,000 per couple to Jacksonville. And don't forget, if you get mentoring while you're here and pay it in full, you're going to get in free. By the way, I was going to say, masters, if you're paid in full or not, I want you to come here, $500 a couple. And mentoring for this event in Jacksonville, same thing, $1,000. After that, it's going to go up considerably. Masters are always going to get a discount, but this one I really discount that. I'm cutting it by 75% for you as well. So you got one shot, and I'm telling you, when we get to 20 now, I simply can't take any more, because we can't get any more in this room. And we really don't want to work with any group that's any larger than that. That's 20 entities, not 20 people, because the smaller the group, the more you're going to get done for you. Now, I'm going to have plenty of people here to work. There'll be VAs here. I will be here the whole time. Probably even some of my other staff will be here. And we'll make sure that we get everything loaded on your machine before you leave. So it's an event you don't want to miss. However, when we get to 20, we have no choice but to put you on the waiting list for February. All right. Any other questions, Nick? do you say?
Like
I have about
more,
30
like,
of them,
you
but
take
you
one
wanna
Oh,
take
30
those
more,
after?
okay. Never mind. Sorry I asked. All right, now I've got to change the lunchtime. It's 20 after. We're going to come back at 20 till 2. And we got a lot to do. All right, 20 till 2. I'll see you then. And when we come back, we're going to give away $100 if you're on time and if you're lucky.
Married. I do this business actually with my husband, and I have a almost 3-year-old daughter. And I actually, before Ron's World, I was in sales, but I was looking for a way to build the family's wealth faster and purchase more properties. And so when I found Ron, well, my husband actually found Ron, and then I came on board a year later, and he just blew my world away.
I entered Ron's World. I went to a one-day. I had heard so much about Ron, and I always wanted to see him. I actually couldn't believe he was live. When he walked in, I was blown away. I had no idea that for some like $59 event that they fed me lunch and Ron was there. I came into Ron's World probably around 100,000 in debt. I sit here today as a millionaire. Anybody who says they can't do it, they're wrong.
This past July is when I first saw Ron for the first time in person. He was having an all-day Saturday seminar. It was free, and I was like, "Oh, those seminars are never free." So I'm gonna go. And I was like, I'm committed. I signed up for everything. I was like, whatever he's got, I'm all in. I'm 100%. And whatever Ron says, I'm gonna do.
I went to a wealth building seminar where Ron LeGrand was speaking, and my wife said, "You need to listen to this guy." I went to his ugly house seminar, and it was as if, as a real estate agent, my wife is a licensed real estate agent, it's as if he took my head, opened my head up, and scrambled my brains, and told me that I could buy houses for myself, and that I didn't have to take every deal to the broker, that I could sell houses for myself. I could use my knowledge. And it opened up a whole new world for me.
But yeah, when I decided to become serious, I went to Texas on this last quick start, redid it. I joined the master's program, and I also joined the mentoring program a month prior to that. So I'm all in.
He told me about Ron's $1 Gold Club. So I had $1, so I signed up to the Gold Club, and I started watching all the videos I could possibly watch until I was convinced that it would work for me, because I'm an entrepreneur. Shiny object syndrome guy. I've looked into making money recycling pallets. We've sold, you name it. We've sold all kinds of things to try to make ends meet.
The first event we went to, San Antonio, 2016, and we dove in the pool. We walked out of there with our masters, everything.
Yep, the day two we said,
mastering.
Realtors said, we got to do this masters.
Yeah.
This is a 1-year program. Got to do masters, and we did it. We just dove ahead.
We did it in a year. We worked hard. We were determined we were going to do this.
Here's the thing that I love about Ron's training, because before finding Ron, we had tried different courses, different stuff in wholesaling, for example, stuff in fix and flips, and just different guru trainings. And what I love about Ron's is, as a master, I can come back as many times as I want. And now it's virtual, so I don't have to fly somewhere to get little tidbits. But what is the most impactful for me is, I can ask questions and Ron answers them.
I guess if I had to point to one thing, it would be the fact that he has invested the time and effort and has the longevity, that his programs are just more complete.
At Ron's events, he has these live seller calls, and they're real leads. Students bring in their leads, and some of them were like, really, they're not too good leads. And no, they don't want to sell their house on terms, and they get sometimes turned into a yes, and they turn into a deal. And Ron will have the mentors help these students, and then go on stage with all the deals that came up, and sometimes there's a phenomenal number of deals that have been made during the event. Students walk away with deals, and they're all of a sudden they're in the real estate business.
All I knew is bring a lot of leads, because that's what my husband told me. And so I brought a lot of leads, the mentors called them, And then I actually ended up getting, I think, 2 appointments, my first 2 appointments from that. And it was just huge because it was proof right away that, hey, this works, the system works.
But I was very impressed with the way that the mentors handled the calls in the session, on stage, live, in front of people.
I sat in the hot seat yesterday.
Okay,
I sat in
good.
the hot seat with Ron yesterday.
Okay, so it looks like 3 potential deals.
3 potential deals. Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
So I'm excited about those.
The other value of seeing mentors up there doing live calls, just can't deny it. These are live calls, and each mentor is a little bit different in how they engage the phone. So you can sort of watch some of that and go, hey, I sort of like that style, and then it helps you to create your own style as well. And it's very inspiring to see them doing that as well.
Right, for sure.
And the deal structuring is huge, right? Because you have a deal in front of you, and you don't know what to do with it.
Seeing those numbers makes a real difference, because if you're not familiar with the way it works, you get to see it. Ron just breaks it down, your cost and what you're going to get on the front end, the inter-all non-refundable option deposit, and your monthly. It really, you're right, it just really makes sense, especially to guys like me. There's a thing to bring. I needed to see things in action.
The deal structuring, the deal negotiating and then the deal structuring is awesome. You can see in real life how it should go.
What I like about Ron is that he's direct, to the point, no BS, fits my personality because I don't need any of this foo-foo to make me feel good.
Ron is also a big teddy bear. I was appointed with the Grouch monitor at one of the first events, and I was petrified, but I screamed out Grouch, and at one point, and he's like, "Yeah, I deserve that."
Well, I think Ron is very thorough, and with his teachings, it's easy to follow.
My impression of Ron, he's a character, and he loves doing what he's doing, but he is not frivolous. He's not selling huge, unattainable dreams.
First of all, Ron, he's come from the school of hard knocks. He's been through it all. He's seen it all, and yet he pretends he hasn't seen it all. He still has new ideas. He sees things and gets creative about new ideas. And he's funny in the class sessions where he seems like he comes off kind of gruff sometimes. You can tell people think, but man, that guy has a heart of gold. He's a big teddy bear, and he loves people. He loves people to be successful.
If you want to be helped, here's a place where you can be helped by an honest man who only wants to help people become successful. And I've known that about Ron for 20 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent all the money that I have. I earned way much more money than what I've ever spent with Ron.
I think the biggest light bulb for me is going from the mindset of the Burr method, buy, rehab, rent, refinance, repeat. I kind of thought that was my future, and Ron very, very quickly showed me a much easier, a much safer, a much more stable path to wealth. And of course, that's through owner financing in terms and doing it in such a way where you're never personally guaranteeing debt. And that's life-changing. That principle is really, I think, what a lot of real estate investors need to learn. Because most people, are just getting bank loan after bank loan after bank loan, and that's dangerous. So that was the biggest, aha moment for me.
Yeah, if you have doubts about trying this and doing it on your own, that you got to come to this quick start, and he'll show you how to get started. It's takes some work. You're going to have to spend some time learning and educating yourself, but it's worth it. All of his quick starts are really they'll open your eyes a little bit on what you can do, and you'd be surprised at what you can do without money and without credit.
What I would strongly suggest is don't give up. Don't be afraid. Everybody's going to be nervous, but just keep plugging forward. Use all of the amenities, for lack of better words, that are offered to you. Use your VA. Put out bandit signs. Do the free advertising. Do your due diligence with following up on the leads that you get from your VA or Gold Club or wherever you get them from. And don't get discouraged. I was lucky because within 6 months I made my first deal. Here we are a year and a half later and Les just made his.
My first deal, yeah. And so I'd also add to that, get a lead, get a mentor, and do the very next thing you could probably do that I would say is get the script and learn how to talk on the phone.
Yeah, can't stress that enough. We do practice calls to each other.
It's hard for me to do that. I was a D student in high school. I'm still a D student. But you give me a milling machine and I'll mill you out a putter head in about 30 minutes.
Not letting fear stop you and realizing that perhaps this is what you're meant for. You know, I wasted a good 30 years chasing the, golden ladder, I guess as they call it or whatever, and putting up with things that just was unconscionable in some cases, and before I realized, you know what, I'm getting advanced in age and maybe it's time for me to step into who I'm supposed to be. And the nice thing is that it's actually helped me to achieve the very thing that I had been trying to do my whole life, which is to help others, to love on others, and to kind of, just wrap my arms around them and say, hey, listen, I can help you solve these problems. I think that goes back to when my family and I lost our home when I was a very young man. It was devastating and it forever changed my life. And, but now I get to be the guy to go, hey, you know what? How much can you afford? I actually had a person tell me recently that they couldn't afford even close to what the house next door was going for, which was not as nice as the one they were about to rent from me. And I said, well, what can you afford? And I had to ask them 2 or 3 times. And finally they said, $700 a month. I know you're not gonna take that. And I said, okay, I can work with that, And then their eyes got this big, really, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, it's just money, And so it gives me the opportunity to be generous. It gives me the opportunity to love on people.
I'm just thankful I met Ron and that I've learned from him and all the opportunities that he gave us and this great group of people, because everyone here is just wonderful. It's a big family and everybody learns from everybody. We all keep in touch after the events and we all hang out and text and just constantly keep in touch with each other. So it's a big family he's built here.
I'm Alton Jones, and I'm from Southern California, and I'm a full-time real estate investor. My wife Rocio and I run a rehabbing operation in Southern California where we locate, identify houses to fix up and sell for profit. Just a few short years ago, I ran across Ron LeGrand through some information I got from someone else. And I thought about, well, maybe I should get a little bit of training to figure out maybe I can make more money in my business. And at the time, I really didn't know a lot of stuff about systems and automation and coaching and mentoring. And I felt that I needed some help because I was at my wit's end being able to get through that process. My background is that I was a policeman, for 30 plus years working the LA City streets and LAPD, and it was a great job. I loved it, but it wasn't going to make me wealthy, and I really wanted to change my life for the better. And after getting shot at so many times, but not getting hit, of course, it was a life-changing decision. So I felt that I needed to get more training. So coming to a Ron LeGrand event, I flew all the way from Los Angeles to Orlando, Florida. I spent 4 days with Ron LeGrand learning some techniques and strategies on how to acquire property and how to evaluate those properties and how to sell those properties for profit. Not just the cash flow, but also for money you can make up front, money you can make in the middle, money you can make on the back end. And I learned a new language of real estate. And I tell you, Ron LeGrand has been a very key instrumental person to help me develop myself, and now I'm helping others to develop themselves in business. And now it is a system that we follow, that you're able to go out there, locate, identify properties, hire the right type of people, put teams together, and then automate it to where you can step back and let the process take place and unfold, and that way you can reap the benefits of it. It's okay to make money while helping others in the process, and we feel that we're creating win-win situations all the way around. But it wouldn't have happened had I not come to a quick start boot camp with Ron LeGrand, and he's doing these things every month, doing a 4-day boot camp. And I encourage, if you ever haven't been to one, you should get to one. And then once I've done that, I went to the school and got the training. I then had a mentor who can help guide me for 6 months of being able to identify areas where I can improve my business. So we're having fun. Our life has changed. Our kids' life has changed, and we've changed so many other people's lives by having this information. And hopefully you can take advantage of it as well. And we'll see you at the top, because the bottom is too crowded.
Ron's event to me is heads and toes above any other event. He always has good content. He has good speakers that he brings in. He doesn't let just anybody come in and speak. He always has good speakers.
It's great energy. There's a lot of people motivated and a lot of people that are getting motivated. You can just tell by everyone that walks up there and speaks that they're here to help with whatever they can. So it's really exciting.
So the content is a little overwhelming at first. When some of the mentors have said to us, be prepared, it's like drinking from a fire hose, they are absolutely right.
It's just chock full of so much great information, first of all. And then just to hear testimonials from others who've been doing it as well.
It's awesome. The amount of information, it borders on information overload, but it is so good. Every time you hear it, you just understand it a little better.
So the live on-stage phone calls where all the mentors got up on stage. Each mentor got about 3 chances, or whoever they can get on the phone. And it was raw, uncut, live calls. Like, you know, anything can go.
You actually get to see fellow students work on properties that have the potential for you to purchase and make an incredible profit on.
Ron's an awesome guy. He's got the goods. It's not a flash in the pan kind of event. It's just rock solid meat and potatoes, good stuff all the way through.
He is so matter of fact. His teaching style is very to the point. There's no BS, but you learn really quickly that way.
He's the real deal. He's to the point, and he's been doing it for so long that it's like second nature to him. And if you just listen to what he does and what he says, then you'll do fine.
He seems sincere, he's honest, he's easy to understand. He has a sense of humor. So I enjoy his teaching.
Man, he changed my life, man, just off of the content that I've gotten, just listening to him. And I don't know too many people that can hold you in one place for 12 hours and you still be excited just listening to him.
He tells you exactly what to do, how it is. It's no baloney, you know? I like that.
Everybody is just super nice, super helpful. They want to make sure that you're getting what you're needing.
Anytime we have a question, they're there to answer it.
Everybody's so helpful, and all they want to do is see you succeed, which is very good, and it's obvious too.
This event gives you limitless potential. You owe it to yourself to come and learn what this process is, because it will open your eyes and change your life.
Just do it. I mean, save up the money. And if you're on the fence and this is something that you're interested in and you can see yourself doing, then you're absolutely right. You can absolutely do this business. It'll change your life. I believe it's changed mine.
If you're considering real estate at all, this event, you can get people that will walk beside you and help you become a success in this. 100%. You will do deals with these people.
You're going to make it back in one deal if you're passionate about it and this is what you want to do. To me, it's like a no-brainer, you know?
Just do it. Just do it.
I tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching the real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it.
All right, I don't see me. Okay. First thing we got to do is give away money, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, so this time I want everybody to type in hashtag winner into the chat there, and we will draw in just a minute for the next $100 drawing.
All right. We ready?
All right, not yet. We need to give them a few seconds. Hashtag winner. And a couple of ground rules I want to go over here. If you've already won yesterday or today and we draw your name again, we're going to have to draw again. It's only one time you can win, so don't put your name in there if you've already won this time. Also, it doesn't really help for you. It doesn't help at all for you guys to type it in multiple times. It only takes the drawing one time. And if you do win, we will give you the phone number to call in and you can claim your prize. So let's give them about 15 more seconds.
Sure. Take a few.
Okay. Let's see where we left off here. All right, so we just went over the different features at the different levels, 99 versus 297. So hopefully that answered your question, Dang. Mike says, will this be available for the $59 membership? No, we don't have a $59 membership anymore. It is just if you're still at 59, you can stay there and you're grandfathered in. But these new features are available at the $99 level.
There is no more $59 level, except for those that are already on it and want to stay on it. Correct?
Correct. Can
Yeah.
you hear him?
And that does not get you the Deal Finder or the Dreams Pro system. I got it on. Yeah.
Reynaldo says, are you looking for low equity or high equity homeowners?
I would rather have, well, I've done both and I like both, but the low equity are easier to get. Then that's about, I don't know what percentage of the market it is, but remember when they have very little equity, their main concern is debt relief, and it's very easy to get it for what they owe or very close to it. Now, the last house we were talking about was on Cormorant. I bought it for $440 and it appraised at $525 and it's in great shape. And I bought it with nothing down on a wrap. She only owed $335, but I don't know. I guess you have to call that one high equity. But the one before that I showed you was worth $385 and I bought it for $351. I'd call that low equity. So for that reason, because they're easy targets, low equity is certainly worth you mailing to, assuming you're looking to take over debt and not have a lot of equity above that, so it's easy for the seller to replace debt relief with equity. In the 385 house, if they would have sold that through a realtor, there wouldn't have been much left over anyway, time the fees got paid. And so I bought it for what they owed on it, which was $351. You're just going to have to test what you think will work the best, and then just stay tuned, because we're going to be constantly reporting what we're doing and what's working and what's not working. Again, that doesn't mean it's going to work for you. I mean, think about it. It doesn't take but one thing you do different than what we do, and the results could be way different.
Michael says, I didn't understand your response to my question regarding applicability to the state tax sale overage business.
What?
To the tax sale overage business. I'm referring to Bob Diamond's business model.
What was the question about overage business?
All right. So the question was, at the time, can you use Dreams to run the tax sale overage business? And the answer is yeah.
Yeah, the answer, you
CRM.
can certainly use it to mail to people, but that may or may not be your question or not, but yeah, you certainly want to keep track of who you mail to. So the CRM is going to be very valuable to you. And again, they'll mail any piece that you send them to any number of people that you say mail to.
Right. Oh, we already answered that one. Kevin says, can you make calls from inside Dreams Pro? So pull your list, skip trace it, and then call from within Dreams Pro. You can pull the list and you can skip trace it, but there's no dialer function within Dreams Pro. So you still have to pull out your cell phone or get that list over to somebody to call. I know Adel, he uses something. So when he comes back, maybe I'll make a note to ask him what that is. He uses a dialer software.
Adel's not coming back today.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to text him and find that out for you, Kevin. Dang says, what are the 8 lead types? Dreams, daily deal alerts, direct mail engine, and driving for dollars app. I think we already covered all those. So the 8 lead types, we covered. There's a little question mark. If you're looking at that form, there's a question mark there. If you click on that, it'll tell you what each of those things are.
Well, again, we used Dream. We talked about the 2 top that I'd use, and that's Dreams Pro and Facebook ads. But I added that Google ads as well. Paid.
All right. Yeah. So the 8 lead types specifically are absentee owners, active listings, cash buyers, free and clear, high equity, low equity, upside down, and tax delinquent activity. So Dreams Daily Alerts, those if you create a search within the Dreams Deal Finder and you save that search, you can have that set to email you daily if anything new meets that search criteria. The direct mail engine is what Adel showed you today, where you can mail out those people. And Driving for Dollars app is what I talked about a little bit earlier, where you can have the app be in front of a house and get all the information on the house and push that right into your CRM. Vince says, how accurate is this really? Well, it's as accurate as the data that we're able to pull from. Sometimes that's public record data. Sometimes depending on the area, it could be other things. If you see any issues with it, I mean, it's mainly used to just try to qualify the best we can who's best to mail. So the data is not always going to be perfect, but
I can answer that. You won't find anything that produces lists that are any more active than what this is. Now, let's say I wanted to mail to probate people. If I go online and I find out somebody is in probate today, obviously that's as accurate as you're going to get, or a foreclosure or whatever. But the thing about list is that somebody owns the list, and then a list broker has an agreement with them to rent that list for them. That list could be quite old sometimes. These lists are up to date, and they're created through using AI. I don't see how you're going to get any more accurate of a list.
Teresa says, does Dreams Pro AI replace the REI Black Book Dreams Edition?
Yes, it does. And you just have to call in and do the switch over, And you certainly don't need both of them. We're not on the REI Black Book platform anymore.
Melody says, do you buy credits for skip traces, or does it ding your card every time you do a set of them? Yeah, it'll just, you don't buy credits ahead of time. It'll just, whenever you want to do skip tracing, you'll have the card on file, and it'll just tell you what it's going to charge you. Well, it doesn't know exactly what it's going to charge you, but it'll tell you the max that it'll charge you. And then if it hits maybe 70% of those, then you'll get charged 70% of that amount.
Not going to charge you for anything you don't okay.
Dang says, if we are on the 297 level, we don't need to have REI Black Book anymore. That is correct.
Yes, that's right.
Michael says, can you add info if they don't have it listed? Yeah, once you add it to your CRM, you can change or add whatever information you want to the leads. Alfonso says, to clarify a question from yesterday, if I plan to buy houses cash with private money and I plan to sell those houses with owner financing, which LLC should I be buying those houses in?
The answer is C, because you're going to, well, yeah, the answer is still C. But remember now, you buy a house, you sell it within the first year, you're going to pay short-term capital gains on the profit of that sale, regardless of how many years out it takes to pay it. You're going to pay twice as much taxes if you sell it with owner financing in your first year than if you lease purchase it. So make sure you understand that clearly. And also, when you sell with owner financing, you give up appreciation, you give up depreciation, and well, you do have a chance to get it back if they don't make the payments on it, but that's by buying it back with some small amount of money most of the time. And you do have to take the chance that they're going to force you to foreclose on it and sit in there until you do, depending on what state you're in, how bad that gets. I don't sell with owner financing. I lease purchase because I want to own the house, keep the house, and get all the benefits of that over as long a term as I can. And usually that's quite a few years. So I don't know if you're in Texas or not. A lot of people in Texas think that they can't lease option. That is not true. You can lease option in Texas as long as you know the rules and you got a professional doing the closings for you. Scott Horn in Dallas if you're in Texas.
Paul says, where did that calculator come from in the Pro AI programs?
Where did the calculator come from?
Yeah, that was just a Windows calculator. He just opened up the calculator program in Windows. That wasn't part of AI, unless you're talking about like the deal analyzer part where it kind of analyzes side by side. But no, he actually, when he was doing comps, he literally popped up a calculator to do that calculation.
I don't really understand that question. Where did the calculator come from? It's built into the system.
Right. So when he was doing comps, he opened the calculator application on his computer to calculate, the average square footage by the square feet of his house. So that's not in Dreams. That's a Windows calculator.
All right. Or you can pick up your phone and calculate it.
Same thing. Yeah. Or I also after that I showed him, that it does that calculation on the report now. It hasn't always been that way. We just added that recently.
Once you've arrived at the dollars per square foot that you want to use, you just multiply that times the number of square feet and you've got your R.
Brian says, does Pat Live integrate with Dreams? It can. So what you can do, there's these things called seller forms on Dreams, where they're basically for Pat Live or anybody, maybe a VA or somebody, a field agent you might have. It's a form that they fill out to enter properties into your CRM. So you could give Pat Live that, and instead of them emailing you leads each day that call in, they could enter it directly into that form for you.
So why would I care if Pat Live integrates with Dreams? I'm done with Pat Live as soon as they text me the information on the house they just got a call on.
Yeah, it just automates the getting it into your CRM.
Okay.
So, yeah. Because if they text it to you or email it to you, then you have to somehow enter that information in.
Let me make a point on that now, guys. You are not to get Pat Live to take a call for you and have them send it directly to your VA to call. No, got to go through you first. because there might be a lot of those leads that you don't even want to call for whatever reason. I mean, you need to look at the lead and forward it yourself to make sure you're just not running up a needless bill with your VA for crap that you don't even want them to call.
Judy says, in order to use that blue postcard mailing piece, don't we need a realtor license since the message on the postcard mentioned our buyers?
I didn't read the whole card, so I don't really know what it says, but I don't know that I like the words our buyers either. So I couldn't do any further comment on that without reading the whole card.
And you can change the language on the card as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Larry says, when figuring comps, if the house has added square feet that doesn't show up on the comp sheet, do you add that square feet to get a more accurate comp?
As long as it's heated and cooled, yes.
And permitted.
Yeah, and permitted. That would be nice.
Bill says, where do you click to find rehab costs?
Where do you put the find rehab cost?
Click it. There's a, I'm pulling
where
it
do
up
you
now.
click?
So.
Okay. I don't know.
It's when you're on the property, I'll get it pulled up here. And when I get it pulled up, I'll come back to this question, Bill, and I'll show you. All right. Next question is from Judy. If the cost of materials and labor varies depending on which part of the country, then does AI put those factors into the repair estimation for a subject property location?
I don't know the answer to that either. Do you?
I do, and it does not. It has average costs, and then you should just go in there. Like there's a template there, so you can change the cost of each item if you find something is off or more expensive in your area. First, double check that it is actually more expensive in your area, because a lot of times people think it's more expensive when it's actually not.
That's true.
But labor could certainly be more expensive in certain parts of the country than others.
Also true.
So if it is different, then you can enter that, and then forever going forward, any calculations you do will be accurate.
And when you can take a look at that list and see what looks out of line to you, like I did when we were going over it. And we hear it all the time. It costs more than that here. Yes, it does if you use the wrong contractor. But my answer to that is go on Lowe's website and see if it mentions any particular city. In fact, I did that. I picked a city in California around the LA area, and then I picked Jacksonville, Florida, and we looked at both websites and found out that materials cost the same thing no matter where you're at, but the labor does fluctuate.
Let's see. Joanna says, can the system keep track of the properties on the foreclosure status, sold status, and so on? For instance, when I am doing the mailing campaigns on pre-foreclosure properties, and would be great to know when the properties got sold or came off the foreclosure status, so I stopped mailing them. So if you schedule like a 3-month campaign or something like that, it's just going to take that list, and it's not going to do anything to remove anybody from that list. If you wanted to be, I wouldn't worry too much about it. But if you did want to remove those names, then you just wouldn't want to do a sequential mailing. You would want to pull the list again right before you do the second mailing, and then pull it again before you do the third mailing, because then it would be more accurate as of that time. Or you can just not worry about the few that fall off and let it go up, run its course.
My answer is quit worrying about the pennies and focus on the dollars. So what if you have to mail a few pieces that you could get away with mailing with if you spend all the time to do all that minute grunt work that's involved in separating the list? As far as I'm concerned, if the list starts with 500 people, it's going to end with 500 people. And I don't care whether they've sold or not. I'll mail to them anyway. You never know who they're going to give your card or letter to as well.
Johnny says, Ron, can this AI system keep track of contacts you do virtual in other areas you may be interested in? Can it send reminders or alerts to the same?
You can answer that better than I can, but
trying to understand the question. Can the AI system keep track of contacts you do virtual in other areas? I mean, it's nationwide. I mean, you can have your CRM can have properties from anywhere, so it can definitely keep track of all the deals you have working, no matter where they are. AI isn't really involved in that aspect of it. The only thing we're using AI for in this system is for the lead scoring. Everything else is just kind of software that's handling it.
But it can also keep track of personal items that have nothing to do with real estate.
Sure, yeah.
Once you tell them when to prompt it and what to prompt it, then it's going to do it whether it has about a house or not.
Yeah, but it'll send you reminders and alerts for no matter where the properties are. You're not limited to any local area. Judy says, is there a Dreams app or phone, tablet, iPad for easy accessibility on the road? There is the app that I was telling you about. It's called Lead Flow, I believe. And that's the one to get properties in there, but you can't really get to the rest of your CRM. However, the whole website is pretty mobile friendly. So you can log into the app anywhere you want through the website. And it looks fine on your phone. Johnny says, Ron, can we input any houses we come across other ways into this AI and have it do our comps, repairs, letters, etc.?
I don't know the answer to that, but I don't see any reason why you can't.
Yeah, I mean, any house you come across, again, that app helps a lot with that. If you come across a house, whether you're driving around or you see an ad or something like that and you want to look it up, you can immediately look it up and push it into your CRM system. So yeah, it'll handle all of that for you, and you can add those to your CRM from anywhere and mail them also. Dr. Dave, when you got the $450 appraisal on the term seal last month, did the seller know about it?
Yeah, they let the appraiser in.
Okay.
She was gone. He was still in the house. He had another hospital appointment that he had to attend before he could leave.
All right. Dale says, can Dreams generate a potential buyer's list?
Yeah, that's where your buyer's list is going to be. It's actually part of the website, isn't it?
Yeah, so it generates it in a couple of different ways. One, of course, it's stored in there, your CRM. Not only are your seller leads stored in the CRM, also any potential buyer leads you have are stored there, and you'll definitely want to use that anytime you get a new property. You can blast that out to everybody who was interested in the previous property you marketed. So, but more so, can it generate a buyer's list as in the same way it generates sellers lists? It can. We have certain criteria for potential people who might be rehabbers, things like that. Those are lead types that are in here. So you can also search by those lead types and generate and send out letters to those people if you wanted to.
You create your buyer's list based on the columns that you want it to collect. And then when you're on the phone with a buyer, if you want them in your buyer's list, there's a form in my Quick Start manual. You just fill that out, send it to them, and they'll put it in your buyer's list for you. And that's how you build a very valuable buyer's list. You don't just get somebody's email address, how much they got down, how much they can pay per month, what side of town do they want to live on, what's the minimum size bedrooms, and whatever you want to know. And then when you get a property under contract, just as we do, let's say it's a junker, people who buy those are one buyer's list, and then lease option tenant buyers are another buyer's list. So depending on what kind of house you got, we just send that to our buyer's list and tell them to go sick it. Now the junker buyer's list is only to investors, and the terms list is only to owner occupant types. So that's probably the most valuable asset you can create is a buyer's list where you've got information on a lot of people that want to buy a house. And I mean, literally, you don't have to do any marketing except email to that list, especially the junkers. And even the people who are looking for terms deals, remember, their credit sucks, probably. They can't qualify at a bank. There ain't very many places they're going to go. So that buyer's list hangs around for a while as well. And now you're looking for houses for buyers, not buyers for houses.
All right, back to Bill's question. Where do you click to find the rehab cost? I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here real quick and show you. Well, I'll try to. There we go. All right, so this is the properties tab. I can zoom in a little bit. All right, so on the left, if you're on any property that you're trying to look at or that you have in your CRM, on the left here under Analyze, there's a link that says Repair Estimator. So you click on that, and it'll pull this up. I was telling, I think it was Judy who was asking earlier about the difference in repair cost. We want to create a new one. This is where your defaults will be. So these are all the default costs you might have for roof, go on to gutters, finish, whatever. So if you needed to change anything, then you could change it to, if it wasn't $4.60 per square, it might be, maybe $7 per square where you are. Then you can save that, and now anytime you do any estimating, it'll use that new cost that you entered in there just for your rehabs. But anyway, when you're over here and getting started tab, you just click on create, and it'll create a new repair estimate for this house, which is 4,429 square feet.
Yep. We didn't expect for this to be a full-fledged, in-depth training today, but at least you can see what you have available to you now. And then, frankly, every month that goes by, you're going to learn more and more about this if you want to. And next thing you know, you're an expert at it, same as Adel did. Obviously, how long have we been at this Dreams Pro thing? Probably ain't more than a month or two, is it? A couple months, maybe?
Since July.
July?
Goes fast, doesn't it?
The end of July, I think. So August, September, and October is all we've had at this ourselves.
All right. So yeah, anyway, once you're on, I lost my screen. John's messing with me over there.
Okay, let me take one more, and then we're going to get through my stuff, and then we'll take the rest of them when I'm done.
All right. So on the repair estimator, you just kind of go through. So does it need a roof? Does it need gutters? And you just turn it on for whichever things it does need. New roof. There you go. All right. Next question. Richard says, can someone stop the physical emails I get each morning since it's no longer available? Yeah, you can always deactivate it. Well, if you want to call in, then they can just make sure that you're deactivated there.
Okay. It's a good time for you to pull up the homepage of the Go Club, and we'll tell everybody what he's talking about that's not on the Go Club.
You want me to? Oh, that's all in. We have a slideshow on that if you want.
You just had one a little bit ago, the homepage on the Go Club.
I don't have that up.
You had it up a little bit ago. One of you did.
You want me to pull up ronsgoldclub.com?
Yeah, you can. Well, I want to see the homepage of the Go Club that they get after they join at the $99 level, so I can show them all the cool stuff that's on it. Because it is, just a plethora of information. All my forms and agreements are on there. That's it. Expand that out, if you will. Okay. Now, what the question you just asked was, if you look over to the left, there used to be a button there called FSBO Lead Service. It's not there anymore because we just changed where you're going to get your leads from, as we explained, more motivated leads. And before, it was just a company that scanned the websites for FSBOs. And, a lot of deals were done from that list, but you have to call way more of them than you do the qualified list where people are calling you. So this is what your homepage looks like. This is Nick's home page. Nick's got 133 Go Club points, which means he's got $133 he can spend on almost anything we have because it's $1 a point. You get points. You tell them, Nick, when did I get points?
Sure, right here. You click on this little button that says, how do I earn points? And it tells you exactly. 1 point for every $1 you spend on your Go Club membership, up to 59 points per month.
Yep.
2 points every time you log in. That's a max of 1 time per day. So don't try to refresh every time or log in over and over again. It won't work. 2 points for every valuable discussion you start in the forum. That's a maximum of 6 points per day. 1 point for every valuable comment you leave on a discussion, up to 5 points per day, and 1 point for every valuable comment you leave on a training or a resource, up to 5 points a day.
Well, and they add up fast. In fact, as I told you yesterday, mentoring, when you buy mentoring alone, you can use up to 2,000 Go Club points, which is $2,000, I might add, off of that. And, obviously, if you just learned about the Go Club, you don't have those points yet, but we apply them pretty much to everything we sell. Not everything, but we don't let you apply points to VA service or Go Club dues. Now look over there at the left. And let's start with, there's my account, and then you got the affiliate login. You punch on that and it'll take you to a whole bunch of affiliate links on about anything we got. And if you put that affiliate link in front of people that you know or communicate with, that'll drive them to one of our web pages that sells that thing. And you get a big chunk of that for commission, and we mail them out once a week. Right below that, you'll see the private lender website that we set up to attract private lenders. And in fact, they get a 17-minute audio of me explaining what private lenders are all about and why they should contact you and create a meaningful relationship. And that's all done for you. All you got to do is get the traffic to come to that site. That's the one there with a red arrow. Right there, the red arrow. And they punch on that. It tells them, in fact, it's called, here's a safe alternative to the stock market, which attracts people that are looking for some place to put their money, which is private lenders is just one choice. Because most people have no idea what private lending is until you tell them, or let me tell them for you. Move back. I want to see the left-hand column there, Nick. Then also, that's it. Again, we no longer have the FSBO lead service there for you. Now look at that training button up there at the top. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of training videos for you to go to that has taken many years to accumulate. Literally, you can be looking at training videos for years if you want to. I know you don't. Now let's look at the search box up at the top. About anything you can think of that you want to know more about, like land trust. I get a lot of questions about land trust. You type land trust up there and it'll bring up anything that has to do with land trust. I know there's at least an hour and a quarter seminar on land trust alone. And you can tell you can get any question you want answered right there on that part, just pertaining to land trust or any other subject. All right, you can go back, Nick, to resources. That's where all my forms are, my agreements are perfectly labeled there, where you can pick the type that you're looking for down in forms and agreements. And here comes a whole bunch of sub lists there. What do you want to have forms and agreements on? And then it'll bring you right to the agreement. The agreements are blank, so you can print them out blank. You can print them out filled out, or you can fill them out online and email them to your attorney or whatever you want to do with them. And that's on the pretty house business and the ugly house business. I mean, a lot of agreements, even a lot of forms and agreements pertaining to stuff that isn't even real estate. So that's a very valuable section right there. And we update it constantly. Forum is where you get on there and talk to each other. So you can always communicate with other people on Planet Ron. And then there's a calendar, tells you exactly what we're doing and when. In fact, I think we've already posted next year's event schedule on it. Have we not, Nick?
We have, yep. That just came out earlier this week.
That's right. So it's on there for you. And then there's a store. I mean, our products are in the store. So that is a site that you will go onto very regularly. And anything else, I mean, you want to contact us, it's right up there at the top. And every Friday, you get a electronic newsletter from us. And every week, I answer questions submitted by you on video and put them all up there on that Friday newsletter, along with other stuff, like stuff that we learned along the way, contacts, resources, some articles from time to time from experts. It's about a 10-minute read every Friday for you. So if you're watching me today, you should be in the Gold Club, period, if you have any interest in real estate at all. Now, again, at the $99 level, you're in the Gold Club. Then the other goodies you get as well. So I don't know. Do I need to go any further on the Gold Club? I mean, we could spend hours on that alone, couldn't we?
Yeah.
All right.
You know what we forgot to do?
What?
You know what you do? Do you know what we forgot to do?
I didn't understand.
We forgot to draw. We forgot to draw a winner.
Okay. All right. Whatever you say.
Can you not hear me? I said we forgot to draw a winner.
Oh, forgot to draw. Sorry. Yes, we did forget to draw. That just gives them more time to get on the list to draw from. Go ahead.
All right.
Let's give away some more money.
All right. Time to draw. Who's ready? Can't win if you've already won yesterday or today. Dr. Larry, I see you in there trying to win again. Here we go. The winner is Ricardo Vasquez.
Ricardo, congratulations, man. You was $100 richer right now, assuming you called in within the next 10 minutes. Call in the next 10 minutes.
All right, Ricardo, I want you to call in 800-567-6128 within the next 10 minutes. Tell them you won. They'll get you hooked up with your prize.
Okay, so how many is that we're giving away today? 2 or 3?
We've done 2 drawings today so far.
So, okay, we got $300 more to give away, don't we? All right, that's the last thing we're going to do today is give away $300 more. Okay, let me think here for a minute. Let me just go over your system here. In fact, you might want to take notes yourself because this is your entire system, honestly, that does almost everything for you. There's very little that you even have to delegate. Well, I mean, that isn't part of our system. For example, you know, I don't have anybody that can go out the house, put a lockbox on it for you. You're going to have to do that on your own. By the way, we don't show houses. We screen them on the phone, see if they got any money and what they can pay and what they can pay down. And then if they, you know, if they have a shot at even buying a house, then we send them to the house and give them a lockbox code. But if it's obvious they're never going to buy the house, there's no sense in giving them the lockbox code. And what that means is that not very many people are going to go through your house before one of them wants it. That's exactly what that means. So let's start with your system. You probably will want to take your own notes here. I said yesterday in the very beginning, the 2 most important things that you must conquer are generating leads and handling the closing call, which is that script I showed you. It said closing script at the top. So let me write down here. How are we going to generate leads? We just spent 2 hours plus telling you how to do that with the new Dreams Pro. In other words, you're going to do some direct mailing, cheap to small list. Okay. So number 1, we're going to mail, and then we're probably going to run some paid ads. And there's a whole lot of other things you can do. I mean, don't think that's all you can do right there. That's absolutely not true. Even at the boot camp, I spend the whole first afternoon teaching you how to go find sellers. Can you get little cheap signs like that printed up and put them out up and down the roads, and also do the, I showed you about the door hangers, which you put out same time you put up. I mean, look, $550 for 5,000 of these things, and you can't put up but about 1,000 of them at a time because they'll just tire out on you. It's about a half a day. And by the way, you pay them $10 an hour. That's $40 each times 4 people. That's $160. $160 plus whatever it costs to print these to get all that out there, signs and flyers all at the same time, and also look for vacant, ugly houses. I mean, there's just so many things. And you look for sale by owner signs in front of houses and have your VA call them. Yes, and it goes on and on and on and on. Some of the leads you're going to get are free. Some of them cost a little bit of money. Or you can hire somebody else to get them for you, and they'll cost a lot more money, but you don't do anything. They do all the work for you. So somewhere there, you're going to be, most people start with spending very little money and sometimes no money. Some of the things you do cost no money. So number 1 is we got to generate leads. By the way, without that, you got no business. So that's why I say you must crack that nut. You must figure out what you want to do to get sellers contacting you, or your business is going to be stagnant, and pretty soon you're going to be looking for the next shiny object and frustrated because you can't make it work. You can't make it work because you don't do anything to make it work. You got to generate leads. That's what you need to focus on. Priority, number 1. Number 2, now you got to learn how to handle that call when you get the leads. After your VA call, closing call, spelled wrong, but it's there, okay? It won't take you long to learn that. You got the script. Let me train you on it. The script right in your manual. All the script you're going to need, pretty house, ugly house, appointment script, right in the manual, simple, easy to read. Screen them in, screen them out. With a little bit of practice, you'll be pretty good at that. But as I told you, everybody sucks when they start doing that. You got to suck first and then unsuck as soon as you possibly can. Everybody has to go through that. I have never met anybody that's great at calling leads the very first time they tried it. All right. So now, where are you going to drive the calls to? The answer is Pat Live. That's Ron LeGrand. Ron LeGrand, in small letters, LEGRAND. Let's see if I can spell my name right. .com/Pat Live, PATLIVE. Okay. Now, I don't know how much you're going to spend on doing mail here, but you're going to have to put that cost on there yourself. But what does Pat Live cost? Costs $200 a month to have somebody take your live calls 24 hours a day. My God, that's cheap. We've been working with Pat Live for well over 20 years. Never found a service better than theirs to take inbound calls. So that's part of your system. You're going to generate leads, and you're going to have Pat Live call. Our VAs. Let's put that down here. Number 4, VAs. They're going to do all the grunt work for you. They're going to call all the sellers you send them, no matter where the leads came from. They're going to get the property information sheet filled out. They're going to put it up on your dream system. If you have one, if you don't, they're going to send it to you. And now you pick up the phone and you do the closing calls. So VAs do outbound calls. Okay. Now, I hear a lot of questions on this. Don't confuse these two. Pat Live only takes inbound calls. VAs only make outbound calls. So these two work together. One doesn't replace the other one. And 24 hours a day. Now, most people that are serious about the business, and mostly of them full-time in the business, use both. For example, Adel takes calls during the day, but what happens when he's ready to stop taking calls? Then he just forwards them to Pat Live. And they take some during the time that he's not taking them. Then next morning he gets on the phone and calls, sends them to the VA. And then when they come back, he gets on the phone and calls the seller. So I think you're beginning to see the system work. So number one, you got to decide how you're going to generate leads. I hope we just helped you decide that. Then you got to make the decision, what I want to mail to whom and when and how many. All right. That alone will drive them to either Pat Live or your website, because you're going to should put both of them in there and let them respond the way they want to respond. All right. If you want a website, you're going to have to decide $297 or $697, whichever one you want. Which, don't forget, the $697 covers 20 hours of VA service, as well as all of those other systems and the CRM and the website and the buyers list and all that stuff. Right? So very minimal cost. So, all right, so the VAs call a PI sheet, then you make the closing call. Sorry, we don't have a machine that'll do that for you. I got a CLOSING, close enough. Closing call. Now, what part of all this so far are you doing? Well, you're really not doing anything here except delegating what you want done to generate leads. You can be spending time to pull a list, and you probably will. You're only going to make the closing call. Oops, got it on here twice, don't I? You're only going to make the closing call after the VA has called them for you and get you the PI sheet. And incidentally, most of those calls are going to be less than 90 seconds. Why do you think? Because you quickly come to the conclusion you can't work with this seller by, remember the first paragraph? We sometimes pay for cash. Sometimes we make your payments till you're paid off in the future. Do you have to have all your cash when you sell, or can you listen to other options? You don't know how long it took to get those words exactly right. Right? If they say, "I'll listen to other options," now you're going to go on down and read the benefits to them slowly. And then at the end, you're going to say, is that something you think we should pursue? And if they say yes, then you're going to go to the $3 million questions: price, down payment, and monthly payment. And then if you get past that and you like what you hear, you're going to go to the appointment script. Even if you get to the appointment script, you're not going to be on the call more than 10 minutes most of the time. Now, sometimes the sellers want to tell you their life story. And I'll be patient for maybe 20 seconds, and then I'm going to have to stop that kind of a conversation, but that's just me. All right. Adel is way more user-friendly than I am. I bet you probably already figured that out, haven't you? So let's see what else is in our system. We're generating leads using system. Closing call, we're either going to do or get somebody to do it for us. We're going to drive the calls to Pat Live for $200 a month. And we're going to use VAs to make outbound calls. And so how much of your time is taken up amongst all of this? Now, can you see why Adel only works 10 hours a week? Can you see why I don't work hardly any hours a week? Because I just delegate them all to Adel. And what part of this can't you delegate? All of it. Now, let's say we get a seller, we make an appointment, and now we got to go out to the house and answer any more questions and get a contract. If we can get a contract, we want to get it right then. If not, it might take a day or two. They want to look at it or whatever. Once you have the contract, you now control that house. You control it for however long your contract says. I don't care what kind it is, cash contract, terms contract. Once you get it under contract, you're in control. And now, depending on what kind of deal it is, how are we going to close on it? If it's a cash deal, then we're going to have to get private money, right? Some of you can write a check. I don't use private money anymore, to be honest, because I just write a check. But I only write, get this is noteworthy. I only write a check when I know I'm going to get a larger check back quickly. I write a check when I know I'm going to get a larger check back quickly. I wrote a check to buy that latest house that I bought, Cormorant. I wrote a check for about $5,000 for closing costs, and I own the house. I know I'm going to get somewhere between $25,000 and $50,000 back. So let me ask you, is that a good use of your money? And I'm going to get it back within the first 30, 60 days. Probably closer to 60 because I'm waiting for that big down payment. There's no rush. I already bought the house. Or sometimes when I pay cash for houses, I have my IRA write the check. That means that everything that I make goes in my IRA tax-free forever. All right, if it's a Roth IRA. So once I get the contract, is it a terms deal or is it a cash deal? If it's a cash deal, it's real easy. We just send it over to the title company, or in this case, I don't even need an attorney. If I'm paying cash, I just close it with the title company. They check the title, and then simultaneously, if I'm going to wholesale it, I'm putting the word out about the wholesaling house, which usually just means we email our buyers list. And then if it doesn't work, we start going on places like Facebook Marketplace and that other site that you told me yesterday that I forgot already, and wherever else you can put the word out, and they will come quickly. If it's a terms deal, we're going to get the house ready to sell. Sometimes that takes cleaning it up, and then we're going to get it out through the same advertising and a different buyers list, but we're going to get out the word quickly, and you shouldn't have that house, more than a few weeks max, unless you get greedy like me, because I could have sold our Cormorant house. We just bought it week before last. I could have sold it easily if I'd be willing to take a whole lot less down than I'm willing to take. So, and there we are. So once we get a contract to sell it, get that to your closing agent, let them do their thing, and it's all done virtually. There's no room for you to go to anymore. There's no closing room anymore. Those days are gone. It's all done virtually. They send you the docs, you okay them, and then they send them to the other party, and they set up the closing. And if it's a terms deal, I want my attorney involved in it. If it's a cash deal, I don't need an attorney. We always close with an attorney when we have any ongoing relationship with sellers or buyers. Please make that note. Please do yourself a favor and make sure you operate that way. A lot of people try to save money on attorneys. They think the title companies can do everything. Title companies can close them all right, but your attorney is there to protect you. Your title company is not. They're there to protect their underwriter. And if your attorney does the docs, you ever go to court with anything that you already got, judge has already made up his mind, most likely, unless it's a weird case. And just normal. I've had 2 tenant buyers come back and try to get my big deposit back in my entire life. 2. And it's because we make it clear up front. They don't get it back. We sign in front of an attorney, got all the evidence in our favor. And you can write this word down if you want. Always prepare for court. Assume you're going to get sued every time you do a deal, and just get the documents in your case. And by the way, I won both of those cases because they didn't have a case. They just wanted to see if they could get some money back. I make it very clear they don't. And the attorney does the same. So the business in a nutshell: generate leads, get them called, do some closing calls, get a few appointments, go get contract, and then throw it on the market. Guess how much it costs to sell a house nowadays? Zip, because it's all done online. Zip. I used to spend about $5,000 a month just selling houses. Had to run ads in the newspaper and all this expensive stuff. Just selling houses, that's gone. Cost you nothing to sell a house today. And then, of course, the better you get at pre-screening them, the less trips you're going to make anywhere. And in fact, when I sell a house, we don't make any trips to the house. Lockbox on it, give them the code. After you'll find out that they got any money and that they got a chance of even buying the house. So this thing has become a lot simpler, and I spend all of my time to make it as simple as I can for you. But I can tell you got to start or continue, and you got to get your systems in place, or you're just going to have a hard time getting anywhere. And it's not that complicated. It sounds complicated in the beginning. It's not that complicated whatsoever, actually. So we've created all the tools you need and all the outsourcing companies you need to go to try to make it as easy for you as we possibly can. And I want to remind you now, your implementation power day is coming up in December 12 and 13. This deal is gone when we go today, which is very soon. Do not call our office Monday to try to get this deal, because you cannot get it Monday. So if you're interested in this, then you better do it now. And let's say you register for this and something comes up and you can't come. Well, it'll cost you more to go to the next one, but we will apply what you pay here to the next one if you can't make the one in December. So we're going to be full. I can promise you that, because we only take 20 entities in it. And you masters in mentoring down there, you're never going to get a chance to get into this thing again for $1,000 if you're in mentoring or been in it. And you masters, you didn't got to kid me, $500 to come to this? That's a steal. So take a picture of that if you haven't already and you care. And then also the Dreams Pro. If you're interested in that, then have you picked the $297 or the $697? Well, got to make a decision. Remember, you can come back or go up. There's no penalty to cancel anytime you want to cancel. And frankly, you can put it on pause if you need to. And as far as mentoring goes, we'll pick your mentor for you unless you say you want a particular mentor, and you have 30 days to change your mind if for some reason you don't like the interaction between you and your mentor. Now, I can tell you, since I had Adel up here talking, some of you are going to say, well, I want Adel, and that's okay. But if you want Adel, you're going to have to get on the waiting list because he's full. And I can tell you, though, we got a lot of, all of our mentors are qualified. They're all good people. They're all user-friendly, but I'm flexible. Even my own sister, Barbara, has been a mentor for a long time, and people love her. She has the patience of Job. People ask me all the time, are you sure you and her came from the same mother? And the answer is yes. I was there when she was born. I've known her pretty much all of her life. Great lady, great to work with. So you got some decisions to make. I brung you to bear. It's up to you to skin him now. And with that said, Nick, let's get back to the questions and let's get them all answered. And incidentally, I know I told you that we will finance your mentoring and your quick start school. And don't forget, you get to come to the implementation power days free if you register and prepay for our mentoring here. Prepay means credit card, check, wire, gold fillings in your teeth. No, I don't want none of them. By the way, you guys looked at the gold prices lately? Holy moly. Last time I would look, gold was over $2,700 an ounce. An ounce. Jeez. I remember when I bought some for $297. Oh, well, that was then. Hit me, Nick.
All right. Teresa says, so you can't pay for VA hours on the 99 or 297 levels?
Yeah, they can hire VA at 99. I know they can at 297. Yeah, they can at 99 too.
Yep.
Okay, but that'd be a $500 one-time setup fee, and however many hours that you want to buy. That is correct.
Joanna says, can I request to change the AI zip code? For instance, I am using 33026 now this month, and I request a change to a different zip code next month.
Yes. Well,
Yes,
wait a minute now. You're confused here. You're going to order the mailing list, and the area you want it in is one of the things you got to determine. That's one of the first things you saw him pull up. What you do this month and next month only applies if you're in that 1 through 10 grading scale with AI. So in other words, you only need to change if you want to change to another zip code. And that only applies if you're going to use that AI grading scale. I'm telling you, from what I know right now, I wouldn't even bother with it because I already know we're getting better results with targeted lists that we pick. So therefore, there are no restrictions on who you can mail to when. Geez, I hope I made that clear.
Yep, no restrictions on who you can mail to or what list you can pull. Like Ron said, it's just the AI scoring for that zip code. And
Yeah.
the answer to your question, Joanna, is yes. You can change that up to one time per month. And to do that, you just send an email to support.
I used to think that let's just use the AI scoring and not worry about anything else, but that experience didn't bear that out. So you can make the decision. The only way you're ever going to know is you test them, try one against the other. I hate that word test. It never stops. Go ahead.
Paul, is Pro AI included in the $99 program? There's no AI zip codes included at $99. That starts at $297.
Well, Pro AI is the name of it. There's Dreams Pro AI. The light level of that is included in the 99, but the 1 through 10 list is not. Well, actually, I think don't they get one zip code?
Nope. 99 does not include any AI zip codes.
Yeah, okay.
That starts at
I wouldn't
$297.
worry about that, guys. Don't forget now. You're thinking 99 versus 297. Don't forget, you don't get a website till you hit 297, and you don't get access to those 8 lead types till you hit 297. And that one AI zip code at the bottom is only if you're using that 1 through 10 screening AI system.
Yeah, you do get the 8 lead types at both levels.
Next.
Paul, don't see it on any of them for Pro AI program.
I don't know what he said.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Paul. Dreams Pro AI Dreams Pro is what we call the program. DreamsPro.ai is the website, and the AI functionality with those zip codes starts at the 297 level.
Mm-hmm.
Michael says, is the app called Deal Machine for real estate? It is not. It is called DreamsPro.ai. And if you're talking about the app in the App Store, let me look that up real quick. I believe it is called Lead Flow. Let me double check. Yes, Lead Flow is the name of the app. So if you're searching for Lead Flow in the App Store, you can do that. You can download it. You create an account on there, and then you go into Dreams, and under your profile, there's a section called Integrations where you can integrate the two. Your VA can help you with that, or support if you call in. And there's also, that's all in the knowledge base too, if you want to know how to link your Driving for Dollars app, your Lead Flow app. Mm-hmm. Doris says, so 297 level and 99 level has same list types. That is correct.
Same list types. Are you sure you know what that means to her?
I am almost certain.
Okay, so at the $99 level, they can order as many mailing lists as they want, right?
Yep. As many as you want.
Okay, but please remember, you don't have a CRM and you don't have a website.
Eddie says, do VAs call AI generated lists to fill out property information sheets?
VAs are only going to call sellers that have contacted you or that you have contacted In other words, they're not going to call just some list you throw at them, and you don't want them to because you'd have a pretty good sized bill. Does that answer the question or not?
I think so. So the answer to your answer is no, because AI is not going to generate a list of people with houses for sale. They're going to call people with houses for sale. What Dreams is generating is a list to mail to of people that could or could not have houses for sale.
Yeah, but then they're only going to call people who have houses for sale after we've made contact with those people. We're not going to call a big old list of folks just because they own a house. Other companies will do that for you. Nicholas Nick will do that for you. That's not what our VAs do, at least not at this time. And frankly, you don't want them to. You need to have contact with a person and know that they got a house for sale and know that they're, well, they already contacted you, so there's no need to do blast calls out on them. You already got the information. Now let the VA get the PI sheet, then you make a closing call. Don't try to put the load on the VA to get leads when it's so simple for you to do the same thing. Remember, it's costing you $25 an hour for the VA, even though, by the way, I didn't even tell you this, but they only charge you by the minute that they work for you, not by the hour. And you get more than one VA. Here's how it works. You got one VA making the phone calls for you, and you got other VA or two or three doing all that other stuff, like building that flyer and all the things that they do for you. So the VAs that'll do the particular task are the VAs that are best qualified to do that task. So you get multiple VAs for the price of one, and you don't have to worry about the VA leaving you, because another one be putting in their place if they do right away. They're constantly trained almost daily. And you're never, ever going to find a service that'll do for you what our VA service does. It's solely dedicated to you. We don't take any outside customers to do anything else after multiple requests to do so. But do not confuse our VAs with people who will call a list with absolutely no contact with anybody on that list. Because honestly, it requires a lot of calls to get somebody to say, yes, I'm ready to sell my house, when that's all you know about them, that they own a house. All right, what's next?
Alfonso says, how much is a monthly Gold Club membership?
Alfonso, you've been awake all day? Okay, you should have this thing in your possession right now. 3 levels, 99, 297, 697. Okay? 99, 297, you got to pick one. If you're going to do business, you can pick at least the 297. You're going to wind up with 697 very shortly after, because that includes your 20 hours of VA service. How you going to operate without a VA, guys? You really think you're going to want to take these calls or make these calls yourself, chasing down these people to get them to pick up the phone? They call 3 times before they quit at different times of the day. Believe me, if you're going to want to make money in business, you need to get all that grunt work out of your face. You don't want to do all that crap, period. Delegate it to people that are already trained to do it for pennies that you're paying to get them to do it. God, I mean, it kills me sometimes when people are so worried about the pennies, they don't have time to look at the dollars. So you want to make any real money, you got to change your thinking about how this business works, about how any business works. And if you want to spend all your time doing grunt work, I mean, I'm going to suggest to you, you ain't never going to get rich doing that.
Doris says, if I upgrade to the $99, can I downgrade to $59 level in the future?
There is no more $59 level, period. If you're on it now, right now, you're in. But again, that gets none of this stuff for you. So assume the $59 level doesn't exist anymore, because it doesn't unless you're already grandfathered in.
Paul says, is Dreams Pro AI in the $99 level?
You answer that. I've answered it about 3 times that I know of.
Yeah. There's no AI portion. There's no AI functionality in the $99 level, but you do get the deal finder and all of the functionality that we went over on that column. If you click on that link that was in the email this morning to get onto the event today, then you'll see exactly what's in each level.
Now, you can pull a list at the $99 level, though, from the 8 lead types.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. You can pull lists, you can mail lists, you can do comps, you can do all that stuff. What you can't do is do AI scoring, and you don't get any VA time included, and you don't get the premium lead types.
Well, you can hire a VA though at 99, right?
You can.
Yeah.
You just pay a $500 one-time setup fee.
Yeah.
And then buy the hours. But there's no monthly time that's included automatically like at the top level.
But there's no CRM system, and there's no website, and there's no buyer's list or any of that stuff.
All right. Dang says Ron he's got LLC questions. We didn't talk about LLCs during this event, but is LLC A dedicated for the Roth IRA?
Yes.
I think he knows these answers already. Or can one LLC be able to do deals for all family member accounts? Like
No.
Roth IRA for dad, Roth IRA for mom.
It's two totally separate. An IRA is an individual IRA. Only one person can be on that IRA. And, you can have one LLC that has 2 or 3 IRAs owning their proportionate share of it. But you can't, that's as far as you're going to be able to go on it. And I'm not sure, frankly, Dang, I know you know the answer to this. Remember, an IRA, individual IRA account. Is that the question? It looked like a long
I think so, but I guess maybe he wants to know if they can, can multiple IRAs be partners in one
Yes.
LLC?
Yes, they can.
Okay.
An HSA account, by the way, is something else you guys ought to consider. That's the one that pays your doctor bills and your deductibles and all of that. And you can open up an HSA account with directedira.com and just do one small deal in it. And there's all your prescription the deductibles and co-pays and all that crap. You can pay just about anything that's medical out of your own HSA that you funded by doing a deal, not by writing a check.
Question 2 is, can the whole family have one HSA account or both kids have one ESA account?
Gosh, I don't know the answer to that one, to tell you the truth. I don't know the answer to that. You'll have to directedira.com and ask Nate Hare to answer that question.
Alfonso says, can we get leads by counties from the AI system, or is it only by zip code?
Zip codes.
Yeah, so again, you get leads in all counties. You're not limited at all with where you can get leads from, but the AI scoring is limited to zip codes. Dora says, will 59 points max increase to 99 points per month?
At your discretion, not forced upon you.
No, so not the amount. So currently, it's still you earn 59 points per month. That's where it caps out. That's always been where it caps out, no matter what level. Even if you're at the 697 level, it's 59 points per month that you earn.
You get more points for just going on and off the website and participating.
Johnson says, can we use Dreams Pro for commercial properties?
Yes.
You can. Now that I will say that there's, as far as the data, it's all residential. You're not going to find commercial properties. You will find some like multifamily properties, but not like large commercial land and stuff like that.
You'll probably want to use loopnet.com for that, but even then, I don't think you can pull a mailing. I don't know for sure if you can pull a mailing list off of LoopNet or not. Mailing lists are easy to get, and any mailing list that you do get, you can put in the Dreams program to do the mailing for you.
Dang says, how competitive is Dreams Pro AI with PIN from Ross Hamilton? I don't really know what PIN does versus what Dreams does.
Repeat that question again. I can't read it.
Dream system versus PIN from Ross's system called PIN.
I don't know anything about Ross's system.
Doris says, does Dreams Pro generate or hold potential private lenders?
No, there's no mailing list where you can pull a list of private lenders. There is an all cash buyer list. But I don't think you can, no, you can't generate a list of private lenders. And the truth is, if you go out and you're trying to generate a list of private lenders, you're not in the private lending business anymore, because that list means they're probably in the business of lending money, which means they're going to make the rules. going to be a higher interest rate, it's going to charge you points, going to put restrictions on it. That's not where you get money to pay cash for houses in today's world. Your money is going to come from people that don't even know what private lending is usually until you tell them. And they're certainly not going to be in on anybody's private lending list. So you can get a list of people that have made private loans, but that doesn't mean you're going to like the way they want to make yours. I'm telling you, better get to my quick start school. You better listen to Jay Conner till you get all the money you need. Don't cost you a nickel, and there are no points, and you make the rules. They don't. You make the rules. You're in control. You're doing them a favor by letting them make a loan and getting 7, 8, 9% from that money well secured by real estate. Unlike the way I started, unlike the way most people started, going to hard money lenders. When I started, I was paying 18% interest and 10 points and 6 months interest prepayment penalty. Compare that to today's numbers. Of course, the prime rate was 16.8% back then, in case you don't think it can get any worse. Didn't take me long to figure out to go get my money for elsewhere. In fact, it took me 3 years to find that out. And same today. Private lending means people's got money sitting around that they don't know what to do with to get a high rate of return safely. And that's way, way more money than sitting around that people do know what to do with or think they do. So you're not going to ask very many people for private money until they're going to say yes, because frankly, you're going to be trained not to ask, get them to ask you, can I get in on this? All right, that sermon is over. What's next?
Let's see. Wesley says, I live in Canada, so the Dreams Pro doesn't work in Canada yet. That is accurate.
No, it doesn't, but about everything else that I teach does, because I got a lot of Canadian students.
What is the website for the old FSBO site? I mean, you can check Zillow. There's nothing for the old FSBO lead service. There's just, that API is not working for us anymore, so that is gone.
Yeah.
David says, do the buyer and seller websites have autoresponders set up in the system? Yes, there are autoresponders set up, and those can be connected to anytime somebody submits a lead on a specific page. You can put them into a specific autorespond series. Dang says, how do we get to Dreams Pro features or functions after we upgrade to the $99 level? You will receive an email to set your password for dreamspro.ai. The website is app.dreamspro.ai. Johnson, what's the cost to attend the implementation days?
Depends on when you do it. If you register right now, and I mean right now, it costs $19.95 if you're not mentoring, in the mentoring, or if you're not a master. If you are a master, it's only $500 per you and your guest. Now, a guest means they're in your family or your business, not somebody you collared off the street. And if you're in a mentoring program and not a master, it's $1,000 for the Jacksonville event only on December the 12th and the 13th. And pay in full mentoring students to sign up here are absolutely free.
Bruce, can you offer a special for today to sign up or upgrade to Gold Club Dreams AI?
No, I can't offer a special. I mean, could do anything I want, but I don't have any special for you today, except that if not today, when? So if you're waiting for me to shave a few bucks off of the price, you sure that's the right decision? It just amazes me how hard people have worked to save a few dollars and not even thinking about what it's going to cost them if they don't. We still got to give away money too, don't forget.
Yep. Yeah, Bruce. Bruce was one of our winners. Why don't you use that $100 towards your first month membership?
Ron, while we take these last few questions, we can go ahead and have them type in what they got to type in to enter the drawing. So you type in hashtag cash into the chat there. You'll be entering the drawing. Now,
in case you old geezers don't know, hashtag is the pound sign.
Pound sign cash. So if some people are watching us on our YouTube stream right now, and we're glad you're here, but you can't enter if you're watching on our YouTube stream. There's in the description area on the video, there's a link for you to register for free for this event. and then we'll send you an email and how you can join us over here and participate and ask questions. So everybody who's on the Ring Central event, type in #cash right now.
And for those of you who think I've gotten grouchy today, you're probably right. I'm surprised John hadn't pulled out the grouch.
Yeah, I was waiting to see it. I was waiting to see it a couple times. I thought I might see it pop up. All right, Rick says, what does your probate letter look like that you spoke of yesterday?
Oh, crap. He didn't bring it, I bet you. I forgot to ask him. Sorry.
Alfonso says, regarding private money, where or how is the best way to find private lenders who may be open to lending on longer term, at least 5 years?
5 years, it really isn't that long of a term anymore. And look, the best way to find anything is to let people know what you do. And really, you owe it to yourself to listen to Jay's talk on how he finds private lenders. And one of the big keys is he's never asked for private money. You present the opportunity to people that tell you that they have some money to invest, and let them decide. And when they see that they're making a loan secured by a property at a low loan to value ratio, at a interest rate much higher than they're going to get at any bank, and they think that you're going to be protecting their interest, which you should be. It is not hard to get people to make private loans, assuming they got any money. Okay. And there's about $12 trillion in IRAs in this country where people don't know what to do with it. So the answer is open your mouth and let people know what you do. That is the cheapest and the fastest way to get private money. Now, especially if you got a deal where you can show they're well secured. By the way, one thing I would not advise you to do is send them out to the house to look at it unless they absolutely insist, because, they're not in the business of renovating houses. They don't see what it looks like after it's been renovated. Now, I lent private money out to people here in Jacksonville for 15 years. I know the inside and outside of the private money business. I know every way there is to get screwed as a private lender. And I worked as the broker. I collected 5 points. That's all I got out of the whole deal. And soon I quit. 15 years later, I quit doing that. It just wasn't worth all the crap. I buy houses and make a lot more money with a lot less grief. Of course, I was buying them simultaneously that whole time. But I know the private money business, and I'm telling you, if you start asking, letting people know what you do, pretty soon you're going to have private money. And once you get started with private money, they're going to refer other people to you too. And very soon, like probably 90 days in, you're going to have way more private money offered to you than you're ever going to be able to use on your own house business. I promise you that's the case, because private lenders begat private lenders. They're not going to keep their mouth shut. All they did was write a big check and wait for you to send them back a bigger check. Who doesn't want to do that? There's nothing to do in the middle. Well secured, I might add, along the way. I don't want anybody to exceed 70% of the ARV when you borrow private money. Leave plenty of equity in it above, and that way you shouldn't have to worry about making sure your private lender gets paid back. I have done deals. In fact, I got a land deal here in Jacksonville that I sold this year on land, 14 acres of commercial property that I bought for $150,000, and the private lender lent the whole $150,000. Of course, the land was worth about $700 or $800. In fact, I think we sold it for $600. And why? Because I let the interest accrue. That was his wife's IRA, and they got back $222,000 for the $150,000 loan they made to me. Now, it took 2 years. So what? That's a hell of a return. Hell of a return, especially when it's tax-free. Not hard to get private money, but you got to let people know. And I don't mean begging for it. You got to quit begging. The minute you start begging, you're not going to get money. So again, take the time to learn how to do it and start implementing it, and you're going to be shocked at the results, believe me. That's certainly not something I can teach here in just a few minutes. Oh, go ahead.
Dr. Larry said, did I miss how to get the app for Dreams? Maybe. There's not an app for Dreams. There is a Driving for Dollars app that integrates with Dreams. And the name of that app is called the Lead Flow, LEADFLOW.
It's not, technically not an app, but you can always go to the Dreams site and hit the add to home screen page, and it looks, the same thing as an app.
Yeah, that's an option too. But yeah, you access your dream site through your browser, so Safari or whatever. So yeah, that's the app that you can get lead flow. Tom DeVoe says, Ron, do you ever have a class on buying and selling notes?
Used to, haven't done one in a long time now. Maybe should, but then when I look at my maybe should list, it's just too long. But that is a multi-billion-dollar industry within the industry. And buying defaulted notes, it's extremely profitable. And buying judgments and liens is also profitable. And, I've done some of that, but I don't really teach that anymore. That's something that you'll probably latch onto after you get into the business of buying houses. And then you might even go to commercial, as so many folks have might have done. Incidentally, I'm doing a commercial boot camp here next week. If you guys are interested, get on the horn, find out the details. You only do 2 a year.
That's all of our questions, Ron. We can draw though.
Let's do it, man. Let's give away some money right now, right on time. Look at that.
All right, we're doing 3 drawings in a row, $100 each. If you win, you call that number that's on the screen, 800-567-6128. So let's get started. First winner is.
So, John, I see your name in there.
I can't win. I'm not eligible.
I was wondering what you're going to do if I land on John Duck.
All right, Bill Cabana.
Bill, congratulations, man.
Congrats, Bill. Call that
10
number
minutes.
on the screen. 10
Got
minutes.
10 minutes. You don't call in with 10 minutes, I'm going to keep the $100.
We'll split it.
We'll flip. All right.
Here's the next one. Next winner is Pat. Pat, I'm not going to try to say your last name. Call that number. You won $100, Pat. And
congratulations, Pat.
Last winner for the day. Who's it going to be? Winner is Connell S.
All right, Connell, congratulations. So there's 3 of our latest winners. All right, listen, guys, I want you to put your comments in on what you liked about this event and even what you didn't like, and give us some feedback here, because we never done this exact event before. Let me know what you're thinking, good, bad, or ugly. And with that, we have come to the end, but I hope it's just a short-term end. I hope we see many of you. In fact, I know we're going to see many of you in December at the IPD 12 and 13, and I'm going to see many of you back here on the 19th for the Quick Start School this year, where we're going to go on the bus trip. Only time we're doing the bus trip. And if that interests you, get a hold of us, call that 800 number. And they'll give you all the details, because we got it at half price right now. And I think we're even got I better not open my mouth. I'm not sure yet. Okay. There's no more questions, then I'm out of breath today. Guys, have a great day and have a great week and have a great new year. And I'm expecting a very good 2025 after the election. You watch how fast things change and how fast the economy explodes, just like it did the last time. And it's going to change the attitude of the whole country. Now, there's half the country never going to change their attitude, but everybody deserves to get prosper and have a good life. And I think you're all going to get that, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican or independent or whatever you are. We all are still Americans. Don't forget that part. I'll see you soon.
Did a deal with the wholesale that was just a simple hoarder house situation, mental health issue. So that was a very quick in and out wholesale. I did a wholesale where I got a really great townhouse and unit surrounded by $800,000 houses. I got it for $250. Needed no work. It was beautiful. They just happened to want to move out of the country. So we did that. I split that with another person. And what I'm currently working on is getting some houses in North Carolina. There's 2 there that I plan on doing with terms, pretty houses that we'll be doing. And then I'm looking at 5 in Ohio right now that we're negotiating.
Yeah, I right now I have about 3 or 4 pending. You know, I don't want to count my chickens, but you know, feel good that there's at least a deal or two, you know, in the amount of prospects that I've accrued. I've been doing a lot of direct mail through REI Complete, and there's some promising. You know, Naples and Fort Myers is a tough market. It's you know, like most coastal cities, it's difficult to find motivated sellers, and especially in Florida, there's just so many people that are coming to Florida that the demand for properties is high, and so it's been a little bit of a struggle to find motivated sellers, but I've been able to kind of go out beyond a little bit in the more rural areas and have a lot better results. So feel good about a deal on the horizon.
I just did I bought up a property out of a trust. I used a subject to offer, and then I used private money to close the deal.
My very first one was subject to. I did that with trying to help a family member, my stepmother, save her property after several months of another family member not helping her the way she was supposed to be helped. And that was very painful. That was very painful. And in fact, everyone told me that the house was a wash, let it go back to the bank. It was kind of a hoarder situation. And that there was just no way, you know, too much money was going to need to be put into it, just bulldoze it and be done with it, you know. And I immediately took the whiteboard off my wall and began, a pen in each hand, writing, you know, frantically, okay, well, it's this much is owed and this is who we've got to contact. And it took us a year. It took us a year. I fixed the place up, put it on the market, helped my stepmother get out of there, and got her into a nice little apartment in an assisted living facility. And we were able to save the house, get a modification, which then lowered the payment, which was awesome, and then install a tenant buyer that came in with $10,000 cash and you know, $1,300 a month. Yeah, so it was nice. Yeah, it was very good. It was a good experience, and then that launched from there. You know.
I made my first deal, and Ron was right. I didn't use 1 penny of my own money. I did use a private lender to pay off equity, which I have to pay that interest every month, and I do. And Les just made his first deal.
It was a FSBO deal through Dreams.
Yeah, the VA got it.
And the VA got it, and they sent it to us. We looked at it. We told the VA and said, go ahead and check on this. We found out most of the stuff we needed to find out, but we went ahead and said, well, let's go out and look at the house. We made an appointment, went and looked at the house. There was another investor that was trying to do a deal with them. But he wanted to just say, okay, give me 3 months to get somebody in, and then we'll write a contract.
And he had no earnest money.
And so we told him what we do and explained, you know, how we handle it. And they liked our deal better, and so we signed up that night.
And we gave him $100. Yeah. You gave him $100. $100. And that was Thursday. And Friday, we went to our attorney, who works for a title company, and he's done the title search and everything for us. He gets the title search done in 3 to 4 hours, which is amazing. And I just spoke with him yesterday, and everything's a go.
Yeah, they want to close on the 31st. And for her deal, she got a 13-room house, close to $500,000 on 2 acres of ground.
Yeah.
A mile from the courthouse in Athens, Alabama.
And yeah, it's a historic area. And it is a huge house, and I went in there. I got it for exactly what the seller paid for it. I took over payments. I gave him his equity. Had somebody interested in going in. The deal fell through the day before we were to close. And within 30 days, I got somebody else that was ready to go in. They needed a little bit of time to save the money. My seller, through a series of mishaps, just kept giving me more and more time before I had to make my first payment. That was last October. Here we are, October of this year. I have yet to had to make a payment on that house. And I do have a tenant buyer in there right now.
Which she's receiving rent payments.
Yeah, with a $1,600 a month spread.
you.